Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
I am very much not getting married again. I'm like, we could just, hang out and keep doing this till we die. Like, what I'm like, we don't need to get married.
Right, and she's not pregnant.
She's not pregnant. I can't get, well, first of all, don't forget, I got a vasectomy. Well, it's been working, Dan, so it's okay.
Is the holdup that she wants you to sign a prenup because of her pension?
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
Oh, I thought today was going to be an unbelievable day. I got a lot of good stuff to talk about. If weather permitting, we're going to do a dry run on the Latin Sons setup for this Saturday's Juneteenth celebration. 2400 Martin Luther King Drive, or is it Martin Luther King Avenue or Martin Luther King Drive?
I think it's Avenue, and I think it's South.
Yeah, 2400 ML. I'll just say 2400 MLK South. I think it's how you say it.
I don't think it's Avenue because it would be crossing 83rd Avenue. I think the perpendicular streets are avenues.
Thank you, Dan. So Lummy, I go to sign on my various, PayPal, Venmo, Cash App. I go to sign into all those so I can monitor the money that people are sending us because we're a very unique show. We're funded by the fans.
Las Vegas Mario 25.
And Johnny, so Venmo, PayPal, Cash App, all at the Bubba Army. So I go to, because I'm kind of in charge of PayPal. You take care of Venmo and Cash App. Those are kind of like your jams.
Yep.
I take care of PayPal. Now, mind you, we have had problems with all of them, except PayPal. PayPal's been cool as hell.
That's because it's old school, man.
Yeah, but hold on.
Oh, no.
PayPal's also owned by Cash App. Did you know that?
Yeah.
Or Cash App is owned by PayPal.
They're all together.
Which is owned by Soros, who's trying to shut down Trump.
Well, there you go. So, Lummy, I have never had a problem with PayPal, ever. And I go to sign on my little PayPal little thingy here.
And now,
looking at yesterday's John Kosika, $40 or $50.
Thank you.
Fish on the J, buck. Boom, I go to sign on. Boom, in big red block letters. Your account is temporarily blocked. You cannot pay, send, or withdraw money using PayPal. You need to provide us with some additional information to restore your account. Same thing. Same thing as I went through with Cash App for 3-4 months?
Yeah, about that.
Jesus.
Look at this, Lummy. Upload a photo ID, explain how your business works, provide business tax documentations, supply FEIN or the federal identification number. It's exactly the same thing that my God, I hope it's not I hope that I just give it to them and it's done.
Have you given your tax ID number to them before?
Yes.
See, that's crap. But they keep asking for it over and over and over again. That's ridiculous.
Oh, my God. We'll start our review after you've completed the following tasks.
There's 40 hoops to jump through.
The first task is they want to upload a photo ID, and they want me to explain how my business works. How do I explain how my business works? I'm a radio / content provider that has that slings merchandise. And is funded and is basically kind of like we're kind of like the Netflix of radio. You got to pay for us a little bit. Well, but then there's some ways to get it for free as well. God,
there's ways to get Netflix for free.
Jesus.
Yeah, you got free options. There's just more ads.
What do you mean?
You'll get more ads if you don't have YouTube Premium or
right.
Whatever.
Yeah, sure. On the free venues, you're gonna have to look at a couple commercials here and there. We got to get ours. But I mean, now PayPal has been the long-standing, like the OG. PayPal was one of the very first things that we ever got on. And then came Venmo, and then came Cash App, and it's honest to God. I feel like somebody's reporting me. to these places. Why would I have gone three years with PayPal? Never had a problem. They have all my banking and routing information. I get my check every month from. I can withdraw money anytime I want. I can send money anytime. Whatever. I can withdraw the money and put it in my bank account. They have all the routing numbers. They have all the passwords. They have all that. And now they want me to completely redo, my whole business, like all the information they already. I'm a sub S, LLC, like whatever. Like I've
So, Bubba,
including I had to send Cash App. I didn't mean to interrupt you, Dan. I had to send Cash App my federal taxes.
Yeah, well, I think, because of the augmentation of the IRS over the last couple of years and the implementation of new regulations, everyone's going back and redoing everybody. And I think that may be the problem right now, Bubba. Remember when they started doing those BS stars on your driver's license and you had to go back and show like your power bill, social security card, your circumcision proof? I mean, all those things are weird.
So they're saying that the digital currency world kind of started out as the Wild West, and now they're just getting to it where they're going to buckle it down and truly know who's doing what.
I think that's what it is.
I don't have a problem with that because I'm not doing anything illegally.
Right.
And I'm getting a 1099 at the end of the year from the money that I received. I'm filing that on my federal taxes. We're listed, they're paying the money we get goes into the Bubba Radio Network account. There's no cross-pollination of personal versus business. It's all business. We pay taxes on it. And I've given them all this. Are
you looking to take us all crypto, Bubba? Like, could that
No, hell no.
No, it'd be the opposite. I mean, that's the whole thing. Because with crypto, you become a slave to electricity and to the platform.
Oh, wow.
Well, you're kind of right.
It's true. Because all it takes is one button and all your is gone.
I was actually watching Tucker. I was actually watching Tucker Carlson. I think it's on our X. I think I repurposed on our X, and I haven't gone through our X in a couple days, and we've all been kind of lacking the X contributors. So can we all kind of step it up a little bit, please?
Of course.
Thank you very much, including you, Seth.
I'm on Instagram.
I know. But for the overall cause of the team, I know you don't get bonuses for X.
I'm always on it. You thanked me multiple times last week and love me for jumping on X.
Okay, well, this week we haven't. My numbers are way down.
Well, I saw you going yesterday. So once I see you just, like, hey, Tucker Carlson, I miss you.
I was pooping. And I was in between. I had to poop.
Okay.
And so I figured I might as well hop on X.
So 20 minutes of inspiration?
Because I take 15, 20 minutes to poop because I also have a bidet, and I really like when I get done pooping.
Okay.
I got to tell you, one of the most I wish I would have found out about. Well, I don't know that they made the portable bidets back in the day, like when I was really heavy. And
I think that's pretty recent.
Yeah, I think the portable ones that you can kind of like bolt onto your existing toilet seat. That's the kind I got. Called the Tushy. It's $99, but my God, is it a game changer? So I'll go in there and poop. Remember back in the day, you always had to worry about, okay, is it going to be a smeary one or is it going to be it would completely make your day if you just really, really, really poop. And then you go back there and it's just one little brown spot, just blip, and so of course you get another piece of toilet paper just to make sure that there's, no
verification.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So, it's a 2-wiper, So, hell, sometimes I've pinched one off so clean that it's literally like a 1-wiper.
Like one wipe is nothing there? Like a dog?
Yeah, like one wipe and there's hard, like just a few little remnants, so you got it all.
Bubba, we got screwed as animals because every other animal on Earth just poops and walks off it. We are slaves to toilet paper.
Yeah.
Why do we have to wipe our ass, and dogs and cats? Maybe because they lick them at the end. I don't know. Maybe we could lick our own.
I think there needs to be a rule. I think there needs to be a rule that if you're flexible enough to be able to lick your butt, then you don't have to poop conventionally. But everybody else, if you can't lick your butt,
but what do monkeys do?
Which I don't understand. I don't think the human species, no matter how good a shape you are, are engineered to be able to lick our own butt. Like I don't think our vertebrae
flex.
Or length maybe not. Like I don't know.
I've never seen a person lick their own butt.
Now I've heard and seen of self-fellatio.
Right.
But I've never heard of self. Rectum cleaning.
No, that'd be a tough one. But we're like the only mammal that can't do it. It's weird.
Although, Seth, I would pay $5 to go see the person that could do that at the carnival. Wouldn't you?
Goodness,
ladies and gentlemen.
I'd rather pay
Step right up if you want to see the bearded lady. She's on the right. The guy with the world's longest fingernails is on the left. And the newest attraction here at Clem Circus is a woman that can lick her own butt.
Woo!
So you pick which one you want to go. I guarantee you there's a line a mile long on the butt licker, and nobody wants to see the guy with the longest fingernails.
No, that's gross. Yeah, I want to see the butt licker. That's novel.
I don't want to see the bearded lady. I don't want to see the world's smallest lady who's like maybe a little person.
Right, it's just a kid.
I don't want to see. I want to see the woman that can lick her own butt.
That's talent.
I do.
I do too.
I mean, and I'm not into like poopy games. Like I guess there's probably a fetish in sex where guys, people that are into Cleveland Steamers and
that's
all
gross.
those kind of
I'm
not into that at all.
Nope.
I'm very very blue-blooded and ew when it comes to poop. Not a lot of things my mom could have a blackhead or a sebaceous cyst on the back of her back. By the way, I think that's the all-time I think that might be one of the all-time most best performing videos on our YouTube channel.
What, her knob?
Is the Janie Cakes 15-year hard pop. I think it is. I think it's done like 3.2 million views.
Jesus.
Now we got a limited monetization on it based on content, so it's only made like $86. But
it is the number one.
But yeah, so my mom can have like a sebaceous cyst on her back, and where you pop it, and a bunch of this silly putty pus kind of comes out. That's fine with me, but man, ask me to clean up poop, and you know what? Probably goes back to my Colonel of the Urinal. Days of when I worked at the Warsaw Park Department. I saw so much puke and poop and miscarriages and slung tampons. And sometimes people in the public bathroom, they would just poop on the floor.
That's disgusting.
Animals.
That would be really traumatic, Bob. But I think it's pretty universal. I think most normally wired people don't like poop.
Wait, Dan, were you just fighting for people's right to poop on the ground?
I think he was fighting for it when he was talking about.
I think you can pee outside all day long, but
we got cursed. We're the only animals that can't just openly pee and poop everywhere.
Yeah,
I don't need to poop on the ground. I'd love to poop in a toilet and just walk off. It doesn't have to be like pooping outside.
Yeah, but see, here comes today. Listen, hold on. Every animal, probably every species that just is an animal where they can just poop and walk away. I think has the ability to lick their butt. I think that that's what nature gives you. If you just poop and walk away, then nature throws that you can lick your own butt gimmick in there for you. You know what I'm saying? Because I just don't think there's any animal or species that. And think about this: like if you're a fish and you poop, like it just you naturally are.
You got the tushy. You live in a tushy.
You're in the natural world of just keeping you clean. I got to tell you, man, if you don't have one of those tushies, all of the years of wiping I got to think that wiping probably is not necessarily the best thing for your anus.
It can't be.
No, I'm asking you as a doctor.
It's not. It's traumatic, and that's why you should use very gentle things, very good toilet paper, and possibly consider using wipes.
So no. Use a tushy bodega. Go buy. They're like literally. Let me see if you can put it up on our Amazon list.
Okay.
The tushy.
Did that help you when you had your colonoscopy because you didn't have to wipe 400 times?
Yes, it was listen, when you get your colonoscopy and they give you that medicine and you literally have to clean out your entire bowels in 24 hours. You literally do. Like if you go in for a colonoscopy, they will sometimes scrap the colonoscopy, abandon the procedure if you've not prepped good enough, because they don't want to deal.
I've done it. I've canceled people because you try to do a colonoscopy and it's not prepped right. You're like, nope, I'm done. Come back in a couple weeks.
The doctors are like, I'm not going to just be dealing in poop all day.
No one wants to be in a snowstorm.
So if you've not prepped correctly, they'll send you home.
Yep.
So you gotta understand, when you go into a colonoscopy, your colon virtually has nothing in it. Right, Dan? I mean, nothing in it.
It should be very empty. There should be maybe like a little puddle. It should look like maybe it rained 4 hours ago.
But nothing in it.
No, very little. Sometimes they can wash it a little bit because sometimes there's a little bit of a trace, a little something. But you got to be able to wash it. So
when you're preparing for your colonoscopy, you literally are going to the bathroom 25 times in a day. And it kind of starts out a little bit solid, and then by the I don't know, the 10th or 15th time that you've gone to the bathroom, it's now like straight salad shooter.
Right.
Like just straight, like you're just like you're a straight chocolate factory. Just explosive water, chocolate milk. And that's what you get down to. But every time you do that, you have to take a piece of toilet paper and wipe your butt. Well, on the 25th or 23rd or 22nd time that you've wiped your butt, you've now irritated your butt, because your butt's not used. Your rectum is not used to being rubbed that many times in a fiscal day. Your rectum's
Really? Conversation.
It wasn't me.
I have a doctor here, and I'm talking clinically. Thank you, Macho Man. I do think I know the FCC guidelines a little bit better than you do.
That wasn't much.
That was me.
Oh, hold on. Sorry,
Seth was
Mach.
not happy about
content.
that. Yeah.
You don't have that ability, bitch.
I got a bell though. I said, I got a bell, so I just figured I'd woo.
What's the point of the bell without using it?
God, it's like hitting you.
Uh-oh.
Don't use the bell represents bad.
I was losing consciousness.
I don't care.
Okay.
Can a cow look at its
I can't
own
help
ass?
it. I can't. No, I don't know. No, I think a cow just drops it, and then it just kind of gets crusted. Cows don't care if it gets crustated on their ass. No.
Really? To go through life like a cow.
Seth, you know why you belled? Do you know why you belled, bitch? Because you've not had your first colonoscopy, and
I have.
You have?
Yeah.
All right, so do you know how irritated your rectum got?
I didn't really think it was that bad. It was a lot better than the reason I was going in for the colonoscopy.
I know, but your rectum didn't become irritated at all? A little bit sensitive, a little bit sore?
I mean, not enough to where I feel like I would really champion whatever the tushy today.
All right, whatever. Then whatever. Then you're the only one that wouldn't want a tushy.
Well, I still have to do my colonoscopy, so I'll tushy it up for that.
Hold on. You have...
Nah, man, I ain't got no cancer.
Hold on. Dan,
I ain't got no cancer.
I love you to death, my friend, but they recommend your first colonoscopy at 50.
Right.
And then they
It's
recommend
like,
and it's
another 3 years.
and it's every 5 years thereafter. You're almost 2 colonoscopies behind. And yeah, I know you're Johnny Greaseball. Nothing can stick on you. You're in shape.
Yep.
You look 15 years younger than you really are. You're a pimp.
I have
you
a
drive
young colon.
But Dan, you don't know the healthiness of your colon. You
That's
really don't.
true.
You may think that you know the healthiness of other parts of your body of people that are not a doctor, but you're a real life doctor, so you can determine what your body's telling you more so than a person that's not a doctor. But that being said, internally, you have no idea about your colon.
I do have a little bit of an idea, Bubba.
I mean, so
Here's
you're
why.
right. I mean, I know you're probably your labs.
Right. I've followed it with labs.
Right. And
I have no family history.
Okay. And neither did I. And my labs were probably the same, if not lower levels than yours. But you still go in for a physical colon at 50. And they found one teeny tiny little
sessile polyp.
Like a little polyp.
A sessile one, a scary one.
Right. They found one.
I understand.
Near my rectum. Mm-hmm. And they took it out. It was not a big deal. It was teeny tiny little bit. And then they took it and got a biopsy to make sure it wasn't whatever the hell.
Right.
And it
wasn't colon cancer. It wasn't rectal cancer.
It was just a polyp that they took away.
Right.
But that was when I was 50.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if I had let that thing that they took out at 50,
it would look like a head of cauliflower now. It would be a lot bigger.
I know, and maybe probably a lot more of an issue, right? I mean,
oh yeah.
Okay, so what
absolutely.
if you got one of those and you don't know about it? And 8 years ago, you could have been like me and gotten it cut out.
Now let me colostomy boy.
I mean, I'm just saying, you're a doctor.
I know, which is why I thought I could follow it with my CEAs and lack of symptoms and lack of family history. But I do plan on getting it, Bubba. It's just been COVID.
When?
COVID?
By the end of this year, you better have, let me tell you something.
No, I'll absolutely have it by the end of the year. I just don't know if I can have it by the end of the summer.
Let me tell you something. If you don't, I'm not giving it. I'm not going to put that bit. I'm not going to lock it down that much for you. But I am going to tell you this, and I don't want everybody to think I'm being mean to Dan. A lot of people's like, oh man, Bubba's so mean to Dan. If I was Dan, I'd tell him to go F off. Everything. Shut up, everybody. You don't know me and Dan's relationship. We're best friends. And he knows that sometimes I have to get on him because he doesn't know radio like he knows everything else in the world.
Maybe he likes being verbally abused every day.
Well, no, he doesn't. He never puts up with that ever in any aspect of his life. But I have...
And a lot of the verbal abuse I get here, Seth, is really me making a mistake. I mean, most of the time I don't catch grief just for the sake of catching grief. It's usually me stepping on a landmine.
And here's the deal, man. Like it's like you went right from high school to the big leagues. You know what I'm saying? No, I take that back. You had 3 or 4 years with you and Brian doing radio, so that probably helped your radio skill set a lot, just knowing how the dynamics of radio work, back and forth, and headphones and talking into the microphone, and just the logistics of radio. You knew that. So when you jumped in as a co-host on the main show, you don't have the radio experience that Seth does. No. Seth is a radio guy. Mm-hmm. Seth doesn't make some of the mistakes you make, and so I'm like the skipper. I gotta highlight your mistakes and make you better. Some people think of that as me being mean to you, but I'm just directing you into what the final product needs to sound like a little bit better. You made a little mistake.
Yeah, and 19 out of 20 times, you're 100% right.
Thank you.
The Tushy's on Amazon, by the way, and cows can lick their own butt.
What?
Really?
No.
Damn, I'm jealous.
Cows can lick their own butt?
Yes, it's not common, but they are able to.
That's probably the most popular cow in the whole pasture. It'd be like, hey, Elsie,
watch this.
What? Did you hear about Rhonda? What can Rhonda the cow do? Rhonda the cow can lay a big ass pile and then lick her own butt.
Wow.
We're all just,
I gotta see.
We're all walking around here with dirty asses, and not Rhonda, pristine as hell. That's why you know what? That's why the farmer gives her more food and is nicer to her, because he didn't have to always wash her ass down.
Nope.
No.
I got to think, if you're a farmer, you probably got to run them through like a little mini car wash every once in a while to keep them clean, right?
I don't know that they do that.
Yeah, they have cow washer, like
they wash
pigs.
cows?
Yeah.
Yeah, they do. They wash cows.
I believe so. Hold on.
I never saw that on.
Because I feel like I've seen this before.
Hold on, especially dairy cows. They wash.
Oh yeah, they're clean. They're like indoor cows.
Well,
it cools them down when it's hot too. I think is like the main reason they do it during the summer.
But dairy cows, they want the teat and the udder. They want that as clean as it can be, because they got these little suction. I was watching something. I got down some kind of rabbit hole on YouTube, and they now have robotic cow milkers.
Oh, nice. Have you ever milked a cow, Bubba?
Yes, I have, and it's very odd, and it's very hard.
Is it satisfying?
No, I didn't get it. I didn't get it.
Is it cool? I mean, is it kind of neat to do? I mean, once you got it and you're like,
yeah.
I mean, is it fun when you come and get it down? Like punching a speed bag is satisfying.
I mean, I've done it a couple times, and that's all I needed to do it to satisfy my cow milking gimmick in life. I can say that I've milked a cow. Okay. I can say that. I can't say how good I am at it, and I can't say that I was real good at getting it in the bucket. You know, like it was
making a mess.
I got it a little bit on my shoe and some on my leg, and and then I made a mistake of asking the farmer, like, does the milk right out of the cow tastes the same as what you buy at the store, and it doesn't.
Of course it doesn't.
He goes, "Oh yeah." So I had I had like maybe like an
Squirt it
eighth.
up.
I had like an eighth of a bucket. Like because eventually after I couldn't do it, he's like, "Let me take over." So he gets going, man. He could fill a whole bucket up in like no time. So he said, "Take a taste out of that bucket." So I took a taste out of the bucket.
With like a ladle, or did you like?
No,
How'd you get it?
Just redneck straight, tip the bucket over, just tip
Oh, that's hardcore.
and it tasted like, to me, eggnog.
Yeah, it's thick. It's heavy.
Oh my God, I did not like it. I did not like it at all.
That's warm.
I sent you the automatic cow milker and a cow bath.
Yeah, you should see these things. All right, hold on here. Is this the milker?
The last one I sent is the bath, and the first one I sent is the milker.
Okay, hold on here. I mean, everything is going AI. Even how we milk our cows. Here we go. This is this right here. This is the car wash, right? I think
The cow wash.
Yeah, the bath.
Well, I mean, yeah. I'm calling.
Oh, wow.
Hold on here. Let me see here.
They know they're going in.
Now, see, they know.
They don't mind.
Well, they don't. I mean, they get them all corralled up. They probably wouldn't really want to be doing this, but when they got you in line in a big corral and you got one or two options: to get prodded with electric prod on your ass, or to jump in the water.
I'm in the water.
I'm jumping in the water, and it only takes one time of being a rookie on this to know what to do.
It's pretty funny
let's say-
watching a cow jump into the water.
So,
Yeah.
when you're a baby
I've never
cow,
seen it.
when you're a baby cow and they wash you for the first time and you have no idea what to do, but they shock you in the ass and you jump. Well, the second time, they don't even got to shock you in the ass. You're like, oh, I'm going to do this thing again. I'm not going to get shocked. I'm jumping right in that water. They're doing full gainers in that water. Look at,
Oh yeah.
look. Hell yeah.
Pretty good little hops.
We need us a cow wash.
Looks like my local public pool.
It looks like the pool at Cessna First Apartment Complex.
As every community pool this summer in Florida.
Yeah, exactly. Might as well be a goddamn cow wash.
These are actually highlights from the Miss USA competition.
Yeah.
Yeah, Miss
This is
Alabama.
these are bulls. These aren't even cows. These are bulls. And by the way, they're mean as hell. Lummy, did you see that one thing that I tweeted yesterday?
Oregon, I think.
Where that that bull, they were doing like the standard rodeos. They're like, that's right, next step's going to come up to barrel racing, and we got the cow rodeo. Oh, my God. There was this bull, and he was in the middle of the ring, and they were trying to corral him into, like, the chute or whatever.
His name Party Bus, and it was during God Bless America.
Yeah, and it was during God Bless America, and they were going to, like, strut this bull out to show, strength, and these cowboys are wrangling up this
I
bull.
sent it to you.
Oh, you did?
Yep.
Oh, yeah. And this bull, you've got to see this. Hold on. I know I'm getting fragmented here, but this is very important. Hold on here. All right, so you can see you're in like Seth. This is what you do on Saturdays in Texas: is you and Phoebes and little Sammy put on your cowboy boots and your hat, and you go down to the local fairgrounds because they got the rodeo in town.
Friday night we hit the college football game. Saturday night we hit the rodeo.
Yeah,
Surprisingly,
exactly.
this is in Oregon.
Yeah, this is in Oregon.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, Seth, Oregon, Texas, it's all the same. It's not St. Pete, I
This is
promise you that.
Oregon?
Yeah.
surprising.
You and Phoebe and Sammy, it's Friday night, it's Saturday night. You're like, Phoebe, what are we doing tonight? We're going to the rodeo. Little Sammy's got the boots, and I got you some boots and some cowboy boots. I can't picture Seth in cowboy boots.
I can. I can.
And a cowboy hat.
Chaps, sexy little beast.
Seth, can we ever dress?
Organic beef jerky.
Can we ever dress you up as a cowboy?
You always want to dress people up. Can we dress me up as a cowboy?
Can we dress you up as a cowboy and
Woody?
have you walk through the mall?
Yeah.
Like Woody.
I'll do it today. I already told you we're heading over to Cheesecake Factory after,
Dress you up as a cowboy and have you walk through the
with like a musket.
No, you can't carry a musket in.
Well, I mean,
Cowboys
how-
didn't have muskets.
How
can't-
people
you-
going to know I'm a real cowboy?
The hat,
Trust me.
belt.
Did you see Dan when he dressed up as a real cowboy?
Yeah, that's true. That's
okay
a good point.
then. You're gonna look just like Dan. Hold on.
Versace cowboy.
No, you're not gonna. You're gonna have half the budget that we had for Dan. Here we go. So, you know, we're here at the local rodeo, right?
Yeah.
And they're parading this bull around, which is the show of strength. Like, heck yeah, America bull. You know what I'm saying?
These people are probably outcasts in Oregon.
Oh yeah, but now watch. They all got their lighters or their cell phone lights on. That's what you do in Oregon. And this bull's going to show them. This bull's going to show them the good news. You want me to parade around here and be your little puppet, bitch? I'm a bull. I do what I want. Watch.
I think he just wants a bath.
You know what? Oh no! See, Dan, hold on, Dan. I'm giving.
Good hops.
I'm giving. You didn't know it. You're getting one of those, Dan, because you didn't even know the content. And you didn't know what he was doing, and you can see he doesn't want a bath.
The C Morning Zoo on Z100.
He jumped just like those bath bulls.
But you didn't. He's not jumping to. He's not jumping to water.
Well, I
he's
understand
jumping
that.
to kill somebody.
Damn.
Yeah. Now what do? You got the bull in the crowd. These things will kill you. These bulls will kill you.
Yeah.
Now he's run. Now he's
out.
Now he's running through the concession area, and then wait till you see this one dude. He's not looking, and he didn't gore, but he throws this one dude about 8 foot in the air.
Oh yeah.
Here we go.
Oh my frick.
Watch this. And then he gives the guy. Not only does he hit him, but he gives him a that'll learn you one. Well, here comes the hit. Boom, and then that's.
Did he have a red shirt on?
Yes, he did. Did you get that?
Wow, he got him twice.
I got that one there.
Wow,
Yeah.
that's crazy.
Sorry.
I wonder if those people made it.
Yeah.
I wonder
But
if they died.
I've seen people lose limbs because of a gore, because it gets infected so badly. It's like that filthy horn goes inside of your body. It's like a coral
That
or something
horn that's
else.
been digging up, poop and been, scratching the ground and,
Yeah, it gives horrible infections. Yeah, I met a guy that was he was a bull rider, and he lost both legs. And it was because he got gored, and the infection was so rampant he couldn't beat it. And so the difference between a bull and a horse is if you get tossed off a horse, the horse is going to do everything he can not to step on you. You get tossed off a bull, he's going to do everything he can to hurt you.
It's like almost it's inbred. Horses step off, be sorry. Bulls kill them.
Right, it's true,
Right?
exactly.
I mean, if somebody's messing around with you, like bulls, you don't even have to ride a bull. A bull just has to see you eating an ice cream cone, and he's going to kill you. When I went to Mark Tate's farm one time, the owner of the building.
Of course, yeah.
I went to his farm, and he's like, we were driving his little 4-wheeler around, and he has bulls and cows and all this kind of deal. It's up north by Gainesville. He's got like a ranch, and he's like, we were driving around these bulls, and he's like, these bulls you don't got to worry about. We could actually go up to him and like kind of pet him like they were cool. He goes, but that guy over there, and then there was this big Ty J. Armstrong looking bull, like he was big and black, and he was just about maybe 50 yards away from us, but he was even mad that we were in his area on the 4-wheeler. And Tate goes, we got to get out of here. I go, what do you mean? He goes, because that bull is almost as fast in small spurts. He's as fast as this 4-wheeler, and if he gets underneath the 4-wheeler, he will catapult us. I go, well then let's get the hell out of here. And so we took off out of there, and he didn't start sprinting our way, but he kind of galloped our way.
Did he really?
Well, he kind of galloped to make sure that we were going to the exit.
Wow.
Because the exit's got this door you got to open, and so I had to hurry up and open the door and then go through and then close the door. And he wasn't coming, he was probably, going like 25% gallop, making sure that we were going to the door. Mm-hmm. But Tate's like, yeah, you don't want to be around this guy. This guy's a dick. He hates, like they even hate the people that feed him. Like you could be the guy that brings out the bull feed and the hay and whatever the damn bull eats, right? The corn and the grain, and you fill up the little containers. You can even be that. Usually animals will be extra nice to the person that feeds them. Am I right?
Yes.
They usually, whether you're a cat or a dog or even a wild raccoon, like if you had, if you lived in the wilderness, Lummy, and you had raccoons and you laid food out for them every night, or you had deer or something like that. I've even seen it where people have fed deer and they're not supposed to, but the deer become so tame that every morning they'll come up to the porch and get like their little deer corn or something like that.
Yeah.
But bulls, I don't care if you're trying to feed me, if you're trying to, make me go out and have sex. Think about being a bull. Their only job is this, to have sex with the heifers as much as they can. Mm-hmm. That's your only job.
And eat.
Amen.
Eat and just go around and if there's any other bulls, beat their asses. Let them know who the main bull is, and they can only get that heifer ass after you've had it. Just roll around the pasture. Even the guy who owns you and feeds you scared of you. That's the way to go right there.
Yeah, I can identify with that.
Dan, in your next lifetime, you're going to come back as a gold bull.
Right.
This is how they wash cows and bulls. They make them jump in a big pool of water. Is this
I think it's the end of it.
All right, cool. So you saw them, they make them jump in that little, and I'm sure that bath has.
The milker thing was cool.
Let me see if I
robotic one.
Yeah, here we go.
I got if you go to 128, it speeds it up.
Oh, this is the cow.
Oh, champagne.
Yeah, this is the less fancy way to do it.
Yeah, this is
like
how
the car wash.
This is how I wash Bella.
Yeah.
All right, let me. So
That's
I
just how I
got.
wash my
robotic-
truck.
If you go to like 128, it shows the little scrubber, and
Oh,
then,
this is what I watch.
Oh, is
Lummy.
it?
Yeah.
Oh,
Well,
nice.
I mean, I'm gonna watch it all. Just check this out. This is how they milk cows now. Hold on here. This is how they milk cows.
Went down a milking rabbit hole, did you?
What's that?
Went down a milking rabbit hole, did you?
I went down a milking rabbit hole. Thank God I stayed animal, didn't go to human.
it actually is pretty cool.
Yeah, by the way, they're all computer chipped, and I think maybe even their bags of milk are computer chipped to know how many gallons they got in there. They got did you know they got 3 or 4 gallons in there? Did you know that?
No.
All right, let me.
It kind of speeds up at 128. It shows the scrub in, and then
All right, hold on here. All right, so this is how.
scrubber.
The cow stays in its little stall, and they entice him for staying in that stall by having a tray full of feed. So he's eating, or she's eating right now, so she's happier in hell, and she doesn't care if something comes and starts sucking on her teat. Like, she didn't care.
Well, first they got to scrub it like this.
Yeah, first of all, they got to scrub it. Here we go, ready? So they take it, and they scrub. They have these brushes that scrub the teat like it's almost a car wash. It's a car wash for teat, ain't it?
It's spinning.
Yeah, look.
Okay. Yeah.
It goes.
that's cool.
It goes. I wouldn't mind having one of those for my wiener, right?
Oh, yeah.
Seth, how cool would it be to be in the shower? You hit a little button, that little thing comes out, and does your wiener for you while you're sudsing up your hair.
Well, I mean, that looks like it's on an intense level, Bubba. That looks like more pain than pleasure.
Well, I mean, you back it down a little bit and use softer brushes for your wiener. You don't use the same brushes that you put on a teat on your ween.
You're not cleaning mud off of it.
Yeah, you soft brush me up. I'm good to
I
go.
mean, very soft brush.
Yeah.
It shoots a little warm water, then it comes in with the brush and, goes with a real soft, nice brush. Then it comes in with a little after spray, little, the first mixture had a little soap in it. The second one's all rinse.
This could be a good way to get my OnlyFans up and running because I wouldn't have to show my face. I could just show the bottom part of my body.
You could just show your new penis in shower scrubber.
Yeah.
What if you got caught up in it?
And then you got the sucker.
Dan,
I'd
I don't think that we have the real estate to get caught up on anything. I think ours would just slip out.
Yeah.
I think maybe you might be the one that might have something. You have enough. I think you're the only one that has enough real estate to get caught.
There's 2 brushes. I mean, what if your scrotum got caught on that?
So hold on. Now,
They're laser mapping it.
The laser maps where the teat is.
Wow.
Because not every cow's standing the same way.
No, I'm sure no 2 teats are the same.
Right, and so it lasers the teat. Look, lasers the teat. And see, it even kind of messed up a little bit, so it makes a small adjustment, hits it with the laser. Now, the one on the back is already hooked on. You can see, right? All right, so hold on. Nope.
Oh, second one's on. Oh, I think it does one each time. Yep.
She's
So
liking
they have
it.
4? They have 4?
No, yeah, look, hold on. So now
Suction. It's like the...
Now hold on. Now it shows you. Now this cow only had 3 teats. It didn't have a 4th teat. It didn't have a rear. See, I guess some cows have 3 and some cows have 4 teats. This one only has 3 teats. So it shows you the blue one, the green one, and the yellow one.
No, it has 4. The red one is not like, if you look at the chart, see how it's going up and down?
Yeah.
It looks like the red one kind of flatlined off.
Maybe it's dry.
Yeah.
See, and it's just. Oh, then I think after Lummy, it sucks it all out. There it is sucking.
It's cleaning the brush off.
And that guy who used to have
Used to be a real farmer.
a stool and a bucket is now just hitting buttons like he's a real computer dude. Look. Look at that. Okay, let me see. Cow 6 needs a sucking. Let me get his teat all washed up. Let's get now they see that it sprays. Let me. It sprays each after it milks each teat. It sprays it down too. Look at bam, bam, bam. Now Elsie can go out with clean teats. Now what to do now, Lummy? Does it kick it out of the stall? Oh no! Looks like it goes to this machine, and then that machine probably takes it to the big hopper, right?
Yeah, sucks out all the milk.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if that was a little discharge right there. Oh, it looks like they have a little bit of discharge. I think the cow goes out of the thing, and there it is.
Wow, what a process!
I mean, that's probably about as AI as it gets.
Yeah, it's pretty
right?
cool. Mm-hmm.
Let me. I got to go into words when we come back. Did you do? I know that I was, obviously Eric Andre. I did a show on Friday. You were so very gracious to be there.
Of course,
thank you so much.
Thank you for having us.
I think the overall consensus is we did pretty good. I think I did about as good as I could have done. I think it went as well as it could have gone, and I appreciate Eric Andre having me on his show.
Bubba, does it make you miss doing those Bubba shows that were like 2.5 hours long?
Bubba, yeah, it does. It does to an extent, but
you realize it's a disaster to do, right?
Right. The amount of
infrastructure,
the amount of people you got to travel, and I don't think we could do a Bubba Palooza in today's world. But that being said, Lummy, you on Saturday did some CCW wrestling or did some kind of angle.
Yeah.
We didn't. Lummy, when you're going to be part of the show, way sooner than 3 or 4 days.
Yeah.
Why aren't we promoting this better?
This one was a little different just because I didn't really get to know what I was going to do.
Lummy, you need to call the booker up and say, listen, I need to know how you're going to use me, in advance so that I can give you free promotion on our we have nearly 300 million total views on all of our platforms. I mean, we're kind of a big thing. We're approaching our, 7 millionth download on podcasting. I mean, we're kind of a big thing.
Yeah, we
talked
about
if you're going to be part of this, one, they need to work with us with getting me film of your content, of your involvement. Two, they need to push you. And I can see they have you on the flyer here. But if they're going to use you on the flyer, I feel obligated to promote you. And I don't feel as if you got near the promotion that you could have gotten. Like we talked about it just fleetingly 2 or 3 times.
I talked
You're
to
the executive producer of this place.
Yeah,
you don't want to. What?
I talked to the booker on Saturday. We got it all situated.
What'd you say to him? I'm going to be the booker. Hey, Lovey, how you doing?
I said we got about 45 people that came out just from not even really talking about it on the show. And maybe a week before, can you give me kind of what you're thinking I'm going to be able to do?
No, you don't know. You need to say, listen, if you want me involved, you're going to have to give me far more lead time into what am I doing and the angle that you're shooting with me, because blame it on me.
Okay.
Because Bubba doesn't like this last minute stuff and he wants to really promote the show correctly. But this last minute stuff does not allow us to promote the show as nearly as well as we could. So, don't act like mealy mouth. Whoa, man, maybe you can think. Tell them, be a man and say, listen, if I'm going to be involved, I have to know, quite a bit sooner than you've been letting me know.
Okay.
Because my boss, Bubba the Love Sponge, isn't going to promote me in this event if I only have 1 or 2 days notice. But he will promote it a lot, give away free tickets, talk about the angle that you're shooting, Lummy. Very organic, valuable, content, content real estate, if you will. But I have to have a general idea what you're doing.
Of course.
Well in advance.
Okay, I'll let him know.
Do you know when the next time may be?
He doesn't.
It was supposed to be
See, hold on.
possibly in July, but I'm not going to be able to make it there in July, so it'll be August.
Why can't you make it in July?
Because it's my 40th birthday.
Oh, so nothing that you're committed through. Like it's not anything show related.
Correct.
Like you're not missing the July CCW show because Bubba the Love Sponge is making you, put a gutter up or anything.
Yeah, it has not. It's just bad timing.
Hey, can you tell Rat we need some gut? We need that gutter action bad.
Oh yeah, Well, this week's gonna be bad too.
I know.
I looked at it. Him and I talked about it the other day.
But am I right though? Is it doing exactly what I'm saying it's doing?
100%.
Yeah, it's another year of not having a gutter on that thing's going to completely.
It's coming down.
Yeah,
it's rotted out then.
So can we get to that?
Oh yes.
All right. When we come back, can we talk about whatever you did or didn't do this Saturday?
Yeah.
At Havoc and Hayes?
Yes.
Now, is Havoc and Hayes what you just did, or is Havoc and Hayes what's coming up in July?
This is the one that just happened.
So you just completed Havoc, and you were a part of Havoc and Hayes.
Yeah, the main event.
And Bubba, have you heard that phrase Havoc and Hayes before today?
No, I like it.
I know, but I wish we would have heard it last week because we could have gone. Just like you're saying, Bubba.
Lummy, you got Dan piling on you, kid.
Dr. Dan.
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
Hey, Bubba, we should do a show like Ranch Day. Go to a ranch as a show. I think that'd be fun. Ride horses, milk cows.
Oh, I thought you meant surf ranch. I'm like, Dan, I can't surf.
No.
I can't surf.
Like a local ranch.
I can't surf.
Dan's gonna be the only one that can surf. Dan just wants to wear his cowboy stuff again.
Yeah. It'll be fun. So, try to throw a lasso. All that shit. I think it'd be cool.
Bubba, that box comes apart for the TV, so we probably need to order a TV bag for it. I'll look and see what I can find.
All right, we'll see if
I have it put together and everything. I don't want to get damaged when we move it.
I thought we were gonna put it in the box.
The box comes apart. We can put it back in the box, but it's...
All right, we'll see if you can have Eric get us a TV bag ASAP.
All right.
Hey, much. AG. King Bowers. Trickney. Liz Martin. Biggie. Abe Scott. What's up, Big Buck? Yes, we do make bad patients, Gamer Scott. Minnie's Mark, that's funny. Yeah, but not much. Okay, Bowers. Use that contact in my office to anyone. Thanks, Tom Allred. Yeah, Captain Scott. I just think that us as Cowboys next to each other would be still funny. Cripper Lips, good morning. Hey, so there's You like the weather going now, Bubba?
You.
Okay, so look, that's your answer. Ew. Your lips. What's up, Pippi? Short stroker, Dutch Duke, Ace Yoko, Roberto Perez, Van Orlando in the morning, Good Lips, T-shirt Will, Skippy. Quicker Dicker. Low Bug, Hollywood.
Should.
You got some cocaine nasal drip?
Me?
Yeah.
Cool.
Kind of sounds like it.
Could be.
I hope not. I caught it from my daughter.
Oh, God. Oh, no. Your daughter's on coke already?
Yeah, I guess.
What?
Yeah.
Wow,
She
Seth.
got a coke habit?
That's bad parenting.
It's expensive, dude. It's expensive habit.
Party words right into cocaine.
You gotta transition her into glue or some shit.
I didn't know what to do for her 7th birthday, so.
Too soft.
So you gave her an 8-ball?
Yeah. You know, 7 plus 1 for good luck. Isn't that how you do it? So.
Succinct.
Make sure you subscribe to Bubba Army HQ. Otherwise, Bubba will have to take action. And there's a lot of power behind those short arms. Welcome back to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Lummy, by the way, not PayPal because looks like I have to get re-verified on PayPal, but we do have our Cash App and our Venmo working. Of course, never have we had a problem with PayPal, and now all of a sudden we do. So you cannot give through PayPal.
Well, I think Dr. Dan might have been right because I'm seeing a couple things that say it's kind of with the government. They're getting people.
All right, so since Cash App is owned by PayPal, they're like, okay, we'll do the Cash App one first because it's not as big as our PayPal franchise. And then once we get the Cash App one done and work all the bugs out and piss everybody off, then we'll learn from that and apply it to PayPal, which is our real franchise. Maybe they've streamlined it and worked out some of the bugs with regards to PayPal, and it's a lot easier of a process. Let's hope.
Let's hope so.
You can always go to our YouTube channel and see, very exclusive stuff that's not available anywhere else. So go and subscribe to our YouTube channel. You can catch every daily show there for the most part. Monday's after show, my food review, Lummy's goat report. I think you and Rhett and Colton. I think is that an exclusive?
That's on YouTube. Yes.
That's a visual.
It's a double.
That's a Rumble. Is that what that? No, it's usually a YouTube Facebooker.
It's everything, and then it's a double dipper. It's on the podcast too.
Right. Don't forget this Saturday 1 to 3, 2400 Martin Luther King South in St. Pete. It's Latin Sons Barbershop. We are taking the Diaco Law $10,000 cash cube out there. We have a prize wheel. All you got to do is get in line, and we're going to have this big, huge, like little billboard kind of deal. It's a sandwich stand. Actually, Lummy, I think we're going to do the dry run on the setup today, but I think it's going to be pretty efficient and cool.
I think so too.
I think people can literally, 10 people back while they're in line can already be signed up and just show you their phone. because of the fact that we have the QR code. You scan the QR code while you're in line, and then it takes us to what we would like for you to sign up on, and YouTube is our number one priority. If you sign up for our YouTube, then you get a spin. But if you got to sign up for some now. Here's what we have to be prepared for. That person that doesn't have a phone, or that person that doesn't sign up says, "No, I ain't signing up."
Well,
I think Lummy, we have to be prepared for Rio to tell that guy, get out of here,
go pack sand somewhere else.
Well, I mean, and Seth, I think you would agree that the way things work and where Latin Sons is located is that Rio and Craig kind of are like the block bosses, and if you're acting up or being disruptive,
acting the fool,
Rio and Craig, who've both been in jail, will have you removed. Am I not right?
I mean, that's how it should happen, yeah. And those guys might be cutting a lot of hair on Saturday, so there might be other people that have that job.
I sent you the promo on that Gary did for it.
Oh, you did?
Yes.
Just now
cool.
for the Latin Sons deal?
It's in your messenger.
Right underneath my cow milking?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Hold on, here we go. Hold on. Boom. Let me bring it over here. Okay. There. By the way, Tom Bean tomorrow, our special guest.
All right.
Here we go. Let me see. Boom. Saturday, June 15th, from noon to 3. Food, drink, cash cube, haircuts.
Just an haircuts too?
Oh yeah, Blummy. They want to take advantage of this and make some cash. You gonna get your hair done?
No, but I thought they said on the podcast the other day that they were going to be closed. But
no, they're gonna have. I think they said they're gonna have some other guys cutting. But
so anyway, man, come see all of this at Latin Sons for our Juneteenth celebration, noon to 3 in South St. Pete. Come celebrate Juneteenth at Latin Sons, Saturday, June 15th, from noon to 3. Food, drinks. I didn't get the first part. Seth got cut off. That's why I had to put the first part in there.
Oh, okay.
Of Craig and Rio actually cutting some hair. Great promo. Is that a Gary Cantrell or is that a Rhett whip up?
I believe it was Gary.
Thank you. Let's get that. Let's put that everywhere if we could, please.
Will do.
So anyway, we'll be there 1 to 3. Here's how it goes. You stand in line. We're going to probably have some food. We're probably going to have some drink. There's going to be vendors. We're going to have we're going to have a big tent. Not a big tent, but like a 10 by 12 tent. And under that tent's going to be a table. And on the right side of that tent's going to be my Crown 2004 Crown Vic with its little lights on. And then to the left of the table is going to be my pickup truck, which is where we have our generator and where we bring all the stuff.
Wait a second, how big is this tent?
I think 10 by 12.
You can get all that under the tent?
That's a 10 by 20.
10 by 20.
That makes more sense.
No, but hold on. No, we're not going to get. There's going to be stuff flanked. The cash cube's going to be flanked out to the left, and the cars are going to be, in the middle, kind of deal. I have a.
Do you have a vision?
I have a vision. So just be quiet. Thanks. So then there's going to be a table underneath the tent. And then before you get to the table, is going to be this big sandwich stand, kind of like this billboard that stands by itself, and it's going to have my QR code on it. Big as hell. You can't miss it. It's as big as a stop sign. And you get your phone and you hit that and you take a picture of that QR code, and then it takes you to this link page. And within that link page, Lummy, I think the number one priority is our YouTube.
Yes.
I think it goes. What's the order of our link page? YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, X, something like that.
I think X is number 3, and then Instagram's 4.
So those are the 4 things that we'd like you to consider following us on, with YouTube being our number one priority. So as a person that wants to participate in this contest, with this little, not a contest, this little giveaway, if you will. And you have to follow us on one of our 4 or 5 different things. And so as you're making your way up to the prize wheel is at the very end of the table, and that's what you want to spin. The prize wheel, I think, is behind Dan back there somewhere. But there's different slivers on it. Like, Lummy, there's a sliver for when you spin the prize wheel, you could land on sunglasses, which are Bubba Army sunglasses, which, hey, listen, man, for free. You're getting some free food. All you had to do was sign up on my YouTube channel, and I gave you some free glasses.
These are comfy.
Boom. And then,
got 'em on. They're nice.
then there's going to be a sliver that says, a koozie. I got a Bubba Army, koozie. Okay, free. Well, that's pretty cool. And then we got another one that says Lummy T-shirt. I think we're bringing some T-shirts.
Nice.
And then I think we got another sliver that says maybe air freshener or duck, your choice. And then Lummy, I think we have a hat, a Bubba Army hat sliver. And then there's going to be a spin again. There's the two red ones. One's going to be spin again, and the other one's going to be Cash Cube. And if you happen to, and Lummy, we have figured out statistically, and we've done it several times, that it lands on Cash Cube about once every 11 spins.
Correct.
It's almost like clockwork. Once every 11 spins, it seems to land on Cash Cube. So you go and you're standing in line. You take a picture of my QR code. You go to my YouTube channel and you follow me, which is at the Bubba Army. As you're walking up to spin the prize wheel, Lummy, you have your phone open and you show Seth or me or you or whoever's there that indeed you did sign up for us, right?
Correct.
Then you spin the wheel.
So I sent you the landing page and I put the wheel behind Dr. Dan just in case you wanted to. But I sent you the new landing page Macho did.
All right, cool. Let me see. So when you hit it. When you hit that big QR code, it has this, which, that's just, I guess, something we can't take away. But we have them run right down to here, Lummy. Have them sign up for our YouTube if you can. Have them sign up for, get out of here, for our X. Maybe you could get all four of them. You could get them to sign up for all four of them.
Why not?
Be great.
Why not?
I mean, should we do this, or is this going to be too cumbersome? You get as many spins as you do signups.
Yankee Jib 20 on the super chat.
See, I think Dan,
4 for 1, buddy. 4 for 1.
Yeah, now you're giving 4 things away for one guy. Yeah, never mind.
No. 4 likes or follows for a spin.
No,
that's
too
you have
stiff.
to like it.
That's too stiff.
Oh,
Not
really?
everybody has all those.
Well, then they don't have to. But if they have it, they should do all 4.
Well, yeah, we're gonna try to pressure him to that. Say, hey, man, sign up for all 4 if you could.
Can I spin it?
And yes, God, he's such a kid. Is he not?
He's like put it right behind him.
It's like managing a 12-year-old. He really is. I bet you have easier times with Sammy at times.
Oh, I mean, his name is on the Cash Cube, Bubba.
That's right.
He does want to make sure that everything's
That's right.
running smoothly.
Thank you for being the voice of reason, Seth Kushner.
Thank you, Seth.
And God knows to show that my career now has been humbled down to that where Seth Kushner is the voice of reason. Oh, my God, we're screwed. All right, Dan. Now, Dan, we went out and even bought, most cash wheels or prize wheels are real, cheap. They're real wobbly and not really sturdy, and they're cheap. And the little flapper's cheap, and it's just cheap. Well, I went out and I bought kind of not the most expensive one, because they have ones that have lights and go like ding 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 ding. I'm like, but I need a rugged one that's got a little bit of girth. That feels rugged.
It is,
and so that you can literally spin it, and it doesn't the base of it doesn't want to fall over, and the whole 9 yards. So Dan, let's see if indeed. Are every 11 to 12 times you hit the Cash Cube.
Okay.
All right, so go ahead, spin it once. Tell us, and spin it, and then tell us what it is.
And it is stable.
Yes.
Oh, we got Cash Cube.
Hold on, the first one you got Cash Cube.
The luck of Dan.
Plug it in, baby. Let's go.
No, we're not doing it. No.
All right, Dr. Dan, get in there.
No, it's his own money.
Too tight.
Dan can play for a charity.
So here's the deal: we got $10,000 that are going to be in a Cash Cube. If you do hit Cash Cube, I think we make them. I think we have they have to take their shoes off. Don't you think?
Oh my God,
Lummy, I'm talking to you.
Sorry, Dr. Dan was telling me it's too tight.
Jesus. Hold on. Do you think that his words should ever overrule mine when I'm on the radio?
Not
He
at
was
all.
looking at me, but listening to you.
You should just completely tune out of him.
And I don't know about the T-shirts. It's
the
going to be
bolt's
hot.
not too tight. It's going to be spun 1,000 times on Saturday. It will loosen.
Yeah.
So shut
And
up.
I think you should tuck the shirts in.
What?
Yeah, tuck the shirts in.
We're shirt tuckers.
All right, so you're saying that let's establish some rules now with the cash cubes, because I'm going to be the one. You and I are going to be one that's running the cash cube. Okay.
All right.
Seth and Merch Crick and Colton, they're going to be running. Dealing with the public, getting them to. Seth might be in charge of the actual prize wheel.
Really?
Once they get to Seth.
Interesting.
Now, Seth, I don't want you. Now, I hope that you. Because you're like a little bitch, but I hope that you don't, and people give you anxiety. Dealing with the public gives you anxiety. I know that, but I need you to not, just sit in the barber shop and in your car all day. I really need you out, working the event with us.
Okay.
No, for real.
Yeah.
You don't get a pass on anxiety here. Like when we went to, Florida Man Radio's event in Orlando, I give you a pass. You can just, whatever. Because you get, large crowds freak you out.
Yeah, that wasn't really for me.
But this is your client. These are your guys. Well, they've become all of our guys, but these are your guys that you discovered. So, you gotta work. You actually have to, work this event.
Okay, all right. I thought.
I do not want to hear any excuses. I got anxiety. I need to go, sit in the barber shop for an hour. I'm too hot. You got to work like a man.
I thought that I was gonna just kind of be like the white guy at the barbecue and just kind of have that vibe of the cool guy, and then I could tell everybody, go around telling everybody the story of how this all came to be.
No.
Okay.
You and Merch Crick.
You need an actual an actual physical standing job.
Yeah.
Okay. I
you're
gotcha.
gonna be. Your position might be the prize wheel.
Okay.
And then the Merch Crick's getting them all signed up before helping you. You and the Merch Crick are probably running the prize. You're gonna have a box of glasses there, a box of koozies, and so you might yell down to the Merch Crick, "Hey, Merch Crick, this guy gets a thing of glasses," and then she gets the glasses out and gives them because he just spun the prize wheel in front of you. You have to be kind of the
Okay, I'll be the prize wheel authority.
Okay,
I'm pretty loose with my rules though, Bubba, especially down in South St. Pete.
No, rat Seth.
What?
No, Zeth. No, Zeth. You can't say, "Hey, listen, buddy. You know what? I saw you over here last week getting my hair cut. I'll let you spin again, kid." No, Zeth, bitch.
Well, I'm a fan favorite down there. I have to kind of keep,
I'll be overwatching you because I'm going to be
Can't be
running.
stalling,
Me and Lummy are going to be running the cash cube, and then I got to be the banker, where I have to convert the fake money to real money. So that I have to go around. I'm going to have to go around the corner on that. Lummy, I'm going to have the back of my truck, the tailgate open, where I can just which you really can't see from the line.
They have an office in the barbershop, Bubba.
I'm not going to take everybody back in the office.
Everybody? What is this?
First of all, I'm going to have a gun on me.
Oh, my God.
And I'm going to, so I'm just saying.
This is really encouraging people to come out.
Well, I'm just saying. I gotta be the bank. I gotta have the real money. So when the guy wins $87, I gotta get $87 out of my pocket and exchange his 87 movie dollars for 87 real dollars. So, I got a very important job, Seth.
No, I understand.
We could never give that job to you.
No.
Oh, my God, Lummy, can you imagine the accounting at the end of the night? Because, see, what I'm going to do is when you take money out, when a person wins, I then take that money and put it in a box.
Okay.
And I can then compare that as to how much I gave out to make sure that I, basically kind of a checks and balance kind of deal.
Perfect.
I brought $3,000. And I gave away $2,200. I should have 800 left, in my pocket here, right?
So now you got me hemmed up like a blitz out on this there.
No, I'm not. But I just don't know if you can even.
Yeah, you're good. He's not going to worry about you shaving off 10% for your daughter.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
I don't
Zeph.
even know how to count, Bubba. Like I said, man, I'm just there to chill.
That's what I'm saying, Zeph. Like if a guy, won $87, I don't know if you can peel off 87 for him.
No, I'd round up to 100.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Which is going to count. Which is going to, throw the accounting off.
I understand.
Which isn't calling you a thief. It's just circumventing the system, if you will.
Yeah, no, I get it, man.
So, Lummy, you're going to be running the on-off switch.
No problem.
For the 15 seconds.
Okay.
Macho Man's going to be running around making sure that we're live on the air, making sure that the clock works, making sure that, we're all plugged in, making sure that we're broadcasting live, making sure that our Wi-Fi is sufficient. So Macho's going to be the engineer slash, kind of the roving engineer fixing things. Rhett's going to be the cameraman. Lummy, me and you are working the cash cube.
Yes.
Zeth, you're working the prize wheel with Colton and Merch Crick. And Big Red said that he could help.
Oh, nice.
And Tease said that she could help.
And Dr. Dan said he's coming.
Oh, Dr. Dan's coming?
I'm going to come, but I can't commit to the entire time. I think I'm going to try to. Please don't give me a job.
Are you driving the Lambo?
Dan doesn't want a job.
He doesn't. He's good.
Dan's like, please don't make me have a job.
No, I'm sponsoring the cash cube. That's enough.
You know what, Dan? That's right. You're the sponsor.
Right.
Because the way I had
I was going to roll around like the white guy.
Because listen, the way the way I worked it out with Jay, I don't know if you know or not. But, the $10,000 Diaco cash cube is that you're not giving me, Diaco Law is not giving me $10,000.
Off the front.
No. Diaco Law is I have to give them the amount.
And we reimburse you.
And I get reimbursed.
Right.
So, but, let's say we do 1950.
Mm-hmm.
I have to show that I've given out boom.
Mm-hmm.
So, the Diaco cash. Yeah. You're the sponsor, Dan. So you're kind of like,
You're in charge, like, Dan. It's
not
kind of
in
like
charge,
your event.
but yeah, it's kind of like you.
That was my event, Seth.
Like, well, it's not really your event, but you're kind of like the owner, like you're the glazer, you're kind of the glazers of the whole production. It's your money.
I mean, if you
you're the main sponsor.
If you take away the cash cube, I mean, we've just pretty much got a bucket of sunglasses and ducks out there.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
I asked Dr. Dan if he was bringing his Lamborghini.
I don't know if it's safe. It's going to rain.
Oh, if it's raining,
Dan's gonna drive his other car, an Altima.
Now here's the thing: if it is raining,
I got the 16.
Yes.
and Seth, we have to talk to if we have to talk to the boys. But if it's raining, like a little sprinkle, we can deal with.
What's it supposed to be like?
I don't know, but
It's like 55% chance right now.
How much?
Yeah, but
55.
in the morning.
Yeah.
It's not. We don't get those hardcore thunderstorms,
And St. Pete's even less than Tampa.
Yeah.
St. Pete's really dry.
Let me look.
Yeah. I'll
I was trying to get you your Lamborghini.
I'll talk to the guys about it.
I'm going to probably take my Porsche.
Saturday's only a 45%, Seth, and I think it's in the morning.
Oh, okay.
So that wouldn't be bad at all for us at all.
Yeah.
No.
Actually, kind of get the dust down and
Make it extra steamy, Bubba, in the afternoon.
extra humid.
Techniques 987. Subscribe to Prime. Thank you. Benny Boy 1027. 44 months.
Dan, if you didn't have to work, like if you just were, like if you were just, you might be, but if you were rich enough to just go, I'm not going to work like June, July, August, would you leave Florida for 3 months?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
absolutely. No, and I would go like mid-June to, I'd go like right around now until like near the end of August.
Yeah.
Definitely take June and July. Definitely take 2 months.
That's the,
Torturous part of Florida.
that's the dream. I didn't realize. Nobody told me to like get rich enough to where I could leave Florida for 3 months.
My mom does it. She goes up to Jersey at the end of May and doesn't come back till end of September.
Shit, no, I mean-
October.
I was just outside yesterday and I was just like, I just feel like this isn't a global warming gimmick. I just feel like it's just getting hotter out, okay, guys? I just feel like it's getting hotter.
Summertime. Also, May and the beginning of June is the hottest part of Florida. It's the hottest part of the year.
It's crazy because I always think about like August, but
I know my air
Rains.
conditioning's fucking struggling.
What is?
The air conditioning in this building is fucking.
Dude, mine struggled. The carriage house air conditioner keeps struggling. I had the guy out and it was struggling again today.
Looks like it's time to get Jamie from Northern Heat and Air back in our lives.
I wish I could, but I don't think he likes us.
Well, he doesn't like Trump. He likes
maybe after the election he'll start listening again.
Oh, well, that could go sideways.
Man, can you imagine if Biden won?
I really can't, actually, to be honest with you. Keeping it 100 intellectually honest, I really can't.
I know, but like, you know.
No, I think it's a distinct possibility he's going to win. Biden, absolutely. Do you think the game's over this early?
Dude, if Trump loses, then he's going to be like the vice president of Russia. Like, he's not going out like that. He's going to be in politics somewhere.
House 83.
I've been staring at this fucking Havoc and Hayes guy all morning.
Gangrel?
Yeah, because I got the mirror above the screen.
Buzzard Bob.
Dan, were you a mayor of Kingstown?
What?
Dan, Jesus Christ. Take that wheel away from him, Lummy. Are you a mayor of Kingstown guy?
I haven't gotten into it, no.
No, okay, then you're not.
It's all right, Felix. That's a smart play. They're the worst team in the league. Nothing changing anytime soon. Although they do have one of their top prospects pitching tonight. Drew Thorpe, Yankee, Padre, White Sox.
See, that guy got hit by a ball 4 times in like one game or something like that. No. Or twice in the game, 4 times in 4 games.
In the MLB?
Yeah.
They were coming after him.
And a Hispanic last name.
He's a world-class e-cyclist. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
So there's a Clement Kush that goes up today. Kush, are we doing it from here? Or are we doing it from the table? Are we doing it from the podcast land? I kind of liked doing it from podcast land last time.
Yeah, that's
and I think that did Mach, did you put that mic holder or that additional mic arm? Have you put that on yet?
Yes.
Oh, you did?
Yes.
All right, cool. So that's what was, the microphone height for the guest was what was kind of irritating to me, and I didn't feel comfortable with it. But other than that, and Mach is like, hey, listen, I got one. It's good to have an engineer that's bringing stuff from home and not taking stuff from here to home. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? My engineer now, Mach is like, ooh, before we buy a mic arm, I got one at home.
I got a gooseneck at home. $6. Get baby back.
By the way, I'm always PayPaling or Zelling him money for things that he's bought for the station. But he's like, oh yeah, I got a mic arm. Let's go ahead and use mine before we buy one. I'm like, okay, bring it in. So anyway. It looks like Seth and I and Clement Kush will be from the podcast.
Yeah, I mean nobody said anything about quality last week. I mean you were clearly very comfortable during that episode. So let's go back for round 2.
Yeah, let's do it. And
got some things to get off my chest.
You do? Well, write them down so you don't forget them.
I wrote down 6 things for us to talk about last week, and you yelled at me for 27 minutes. I'm just saying.
I'm just telling you right now that last week I was in a different mindset than I am this week.
Okay.
I'm in a better mindset right now.
Okay.
Much better.
Respect.
Okay?
Safe.
Shalom.
Thank you.
Shalom. Oh.
So stop. Has anybody seen, Lummy, maybe you can send me the trailer. Or maybe you did already. Has anybody seen the TMZ P. Diddy Like TMZ, like this P. Diddy thing just happened 3 weeks ago. Okay, it did.
The release of the footage, you mean?
No, it was like a 30-second trailer.
The P. Diddy raid, the raid in his homes in Miami and Los Angeles. They did the simultaneous raids. Remember?
I sent it back.
It's like a month ago.
And so within a month, TMZ whipped together like this documentary.
It's like an hour documentary.
And I've watched it. And so I mean, like literally, the day that they were, doing a federal raid on him, they had to start working on this immediately. Because I mean, right? Because I mean, this whole thing is chocked full of the raid and who knows what and who's flipping on him and all that kind of deal. And that literally just went down, 6 weeks ago?
About that, yeah.
And of which, so TMZ automatically comes out with an hour-long documentary. And I finally watched it in its entirety. And wow.
Is it worth it?
But here's the deal. They just take like an hour worth of... Here's what we know. That the feds had some type of intel based on the Cassie lawsuit. Now, his former girlfriend or fiance or wife, I don't know, Cassie, who, by the way, she is probably my new go-to African-American girl. Like she used to be Halle Berry. Halle Berry used to be Halle Berry, but this Cassie, isn't Cassie with 50 Cent now?
No, I don't think so. I think maybe she used to be.
Oh, okay.
I think 50 is.
So she might have been passed around from 50 to P. Diddy, and hard telling who she's with now. But God dang, Lummy, when she was younger, are you sending it to me?
I'm trying to
Cassie. So anyway, supposedly all of what's going on right now is because of her lawsuit that she filed federally against P. Diddy. And within the lawsuit has all of these allegations. And the FBI saw the lawsuit and said, a lot of these allegations are very problematic and criminal. And so it's a very Dan, you're a lawyer, but it's not common for the FBI to act this heavy-handed on a civil lawsuit.
No, but something came up in evidence or in the allegations that triggered this, and so something absolutely horrible. And here's where it could easily be.
Dan, think about this. It's in the allegations within the Cassie, civil lawsuit. The allegations had to be so egregious that they showed that much strength. 150 guys in Miami and 50 guys in Los Angeles simultaneously raiding. There's Cassie.
Special.
Oh, look at her.
Yeah, blows Halle Berry out of the water.
She is so. And this isn't necessarily. I mean, Lummy could find me far better pictures if he wanted.
Yep.
So Dan, think about this. What is in that lawsuit is so bad. Now they're gonna, she could say something like, you hit me one time, and there's a little bit of footage of that. And but it had to be so bad that they sent, 100 FBI agents at gunpoint to raid his Beverly Hills and Miami mansions at the same time. See, that's what the FBI does. Dan will tell you. Is when they're gonna when they're gonna raid you. If there's 3 or 4 people that are supposedly the bad guys, they will raid all at the same time so that the 3 or 4 guys can't call each other and be like, "Hey, I just got raided. You might want to do X, Y, or Z."
Yeah, flush that down the toilet.
Or I'm just saying X, Y, or Z. That's all I'm saying, Danny.
Right.
Instead, they're pounding your door at 5:59:59 the same way they're pounding the other 3 doors at 5:59:59. And you're not taking any phone calls and not flushing nothing because they don't give you an opportunity to.
You have to wonder what would trigger a federal response. And so there'd be a couple things that could possibly do it. Human trafficking.
Human trafficking is what they're alluding to.
Drug trafficking.
They're alluding to that too.
And then also massive amounts of cash that shouldn't be there. Big money movement. So when you have a private plane and you're able to move around drugs, cash, and girls at will, you've now opened yourself up to bigger scrutiny.
Well, I mean, if any of the, and you guys know as well as I do that the FBI doesn't usually raid your house and go to these levels unless they got it lock, stock, and barrel, like it's.
Unless you're Republican.
Yeah, or unless you're Bubba Clem. And then the people that they can raid the people, they can set you up in a Sand Pearl hotel sting, they can arrest you, they can Mirandize you, and then just based on the attorney that you hire, they can get it all thrown away. No charges filed.
Yeah, but Bubba, you're not a good victim.
I know. Jesus.
There were rumblings about Diddy's bad behavior.
So I've watched this, and man, if any of this is true,
well, I think
he's done.
Well, I think there's some really distinct possibilities because, as you know, we have a firsthand experience of someone that was with his group for moments and got drugged.
Who?
Krista. In Miami.
Oh,
you heard this story, remember?
No, I don't.
Krista was with Steven and a group of people in Miami at a really nice high-end restaurant.
Recently?
A couple years ago, a few years ago.
Okay.
And
not like
in the last 10 years.
Okay.
And
so they're at a very high-end Willie,
right,
nightclub kind of deal with
a restaurant, high-end restaurant.
Okay,
with a nightclub sort of. Yeah,
sure.
So they blend together there.
Right. Okay.
It's not really
kind
a distinction.
Like the way Union does, how upstairs turns into a little mini nightclub afterwards.
Exactly.
Okay.
Right. So somehow Krista finds Diddy and his group and hangs out with them for literally like 7 minutes, 8 minutes. And then all of a sudden the meal comes. So Steven starts looking for Krista. So he finds her, drags her back between...
I don't want to go back, Steven. I'm hanging out with P. Diddy. I don't want to be with Rob Elder when I can be with P. Diddy.
Yeah.
Shut up, bitch. Get down here. We rode on Rob Elder's private jet. Come on. Get on here.
In the time it took to walk from Diddy's area back to the table, Krista was incapacitated. Completely trashed.
So
something was slipped into her drink.
So whatever they were serving at the Diddy table was gimmicked.
Gimmicked up. She was messed up for 36 hours.
And probably the girls get to gimmick.
Oh, yeah. You don't gimmick the guys. You gimmick the girls.
Yeah, the girls get to gimmick the gimmick bottle of goose or Ciroc or whatever he sells. And the guys know to stay on the other one.
Right.
Right.
And if Krista had not been rescued by Steven,
she'd been raped by P. Diddy.
She'd been raped all night long.
Which,
probably.
you know what, might be better for us financially right now.
Yeah.
Steve, no disrespect, but had Krista gotten raped by P. Diddy, boy, we'd be sitting pretty good right now.
So I say, based on a very, very distinctive personal experience. Oh yeah, based on a very distinctive personal experience, there's certainly a possibility this stuff is true. And he's not the first guy. There's football players that have done it. There's actors that have done it. The guy from Bill Cosby did it. The guy from the '70s Show allegedly did it too. Right?
Danny Masterson.
Yeah. They threw the book at him, and he's not.
And it's disgusting.
And hold on, he's not nearly the star P. Diddy is.
Yeah, but sometimes they don't throw the book as hard.
But P. Diddy is probably arguably. Now, maybe not financially, worth what Epstein was. Obviously, P. Diddy's a billionaire. Like a $1 billionaire. Wasn't Epstein like a $6 billionaire or something like that? Doesn't matter. He's worth a lot of money, and pop culturally is far more sexier of a catch if you really want to put a gold star on yourself as the FBI
and make an example.
Because
this is just as bad as beating up a girl and raping her by giving her a drug, making her pass out, and raping her. It's just as evil.
But there's several layers to this. There are drugging women.
Right.
There are videotaping celebrities at your freak out shows. So
That's why he may not get as much as you think, Bubba, because he may have dirt on people.
He does. He does have dirt on people,
right?
And that's why
the right people.
And I watched this documentary, and I would highly suggest if you guys can. It's free. Wherever I watched it, it was free.
It's like Tubu or something. It's like an hour long.
I think it's on. Yeah, it's on T. It's
like some weird name.
It's on Tubu.
What does it say that he raped women?
Well, hold on now, Seth. There's several layers to what.
Because I'm not going to watch this, Bubba. So just lay it out for me.
They're going to say that he used his influence and power to throw these huge parties. And within these parties, they would have, like, the party would start at 9:30. Then by like 12:30 or 1, everybody would be gone except those that wanted to be part of what they called the freak show. And the freak show, now they're finding out, was all taped and was all celebrities, including like a couple famous pastors. I think like that T.D. Dukes guy and like the who's who, like Jimmy Kimmel, like the who's who. The who's who stayed around for these freak shows that involved, hookers and maybe some underage chicks and, just whatever. And they're saying that they're trying to find these videotapes of these freak shows. Now, Cassie, she's suing him for abuse, and he beat her up, and she witnessed all of these, and he videotaped all these famous people.
And she's suing? I thought
I only videotaped my wife and Hogan. That's all I videotaped.
Didn't she settle with Diddy?
Yes, she did, but they're saying that the government has the ability, even if something was civilly settled, the government has the ability to use that information if it's so egregious to go for somebody civilly. Criminally. So that they're going after him criminally for like guns, cocaine, sexual trafficking, beating up chicks, drugging chicks.
Did they detail the freak show? Was it orgies?
Yeah. It was all kinds of things. And now 4 or 5 of these girls that were part of the freak show are now suing him. And like the last 2 weeks has been an absolute crap storm because once the feds finally did what they did, then everybody that's been victimized by him is like, you know what? It's not worth shutting up now. It's worth telling the story. Like, Dan, there comes a point where, you shut up because the guy's not in trouble and you don't want to be the squeaky wheel. But once the wheel has already fallen off the axle, you might as well at that point jump off the support and go for the victim card. Right.
Oh, definitely.
If you're one of these girls and you're just keeping your mouth shut because you would be the only person that came forward, and everybody they would completely gaslight you and ruin your life. And P. Diddy has all these connections, and he would ruin your life. But once it's like the R. Kelly deal. Look how long R. Kelly got away with it until they did the documentary of exposing R. Kelly. The documentary is what got him arrested, wasn't it?
Right. He was done after that.
Prior to the documentary, I think he was cool. I think he had settled all these lawsuits.
He was ducking and dodging, man. He somehow avoided it all, and then
Then the doc came out.
And they did the research.
And if that documentary about Michael Jackson had come out while he was alive, he'd have been in a lot more trouble.
He probably would have been. You have a whole different, now the feds get involved. You can settle with people, and if the feds aren't involved, it's just 2 people that are settling.
Yep.
But the minute the feds get involved, or the minute something so egregious and the feds get involved, the wheels have officially come off, and all these people that supported you are jumping ship because they're like, man, you know what? I got to get off this sinking ship.
Oh, yeah.
There were rumblings about Diddy's bad behavior for years.
This is the trailer. And I would highly suggest watching it.
It's called Tubby, TubbyTV.com.
Yeah, I don't know. It's on one of my apps on my TV.
It's free.
It's on Tubby. Imagine that. I watched something on Tubby.
Officers spent hours removing firearms.
You wouldn't believe, Dan, the show of force.
Well, they knew that he had firearms. First of all, if they know there's more than one person there and there's possibility of firearms, they're going to put a big crowd.
They bring the troops.
Computers, boxes, and bags. A massive show of force.
Cassie claimed Diddy was often violent.
God, look at how hot. She is.
She's beautiful. She's absolutely beautiful.
Now, she might be the hottest bitch in the world.
Oh, wow.
Often violent.
There's a lot of things people fear. I know what's gone on. A whole lot of people.
This chick here is the main whistleblower.
Aubrey O'Day.
Yes.
Yeah, she's hated Diddy for a long time.
Yeah, but man, what she's saying now is fun. She's like Bubba the Love Sponge. Everybody thought she's crazy for all these years, but then some stuff came out, and they're like, oh, man, she's been right the whole time. I'm going to be the Bubba O'Day.
I don't know who would get that.
Are we all perfect? Nah.
Bubba O'Day, let me say it. It's got a nice
Bubba
ring to
O'Day.
It's a
Hold on. This is
a
drugs.
stunning downfall.
Drugs, sexual assault. Hold on now.
Nah.
Drugs, sexual assault, guns.
It's a stunning downfall.
TMZ presents the downfall of Diddy.
You watch this?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, man.
Do you know why I watched it? So that we can be having this very same conversation on the air
God bless you.
for content. He's very pop culturally famous,
No,
is
listen,
he not?
I'm not arguing.
It's about sex.
Everybody loves a good downfall.
I'm not.
Exactly. Look at me. Well, you know, when I talk about downfall, it makes my downfall feel less. It doesn't hurt. It doesn't sting as much.
Okay,
Seth.
I get it. I get the method to the madness.
Yeah, it doesn't. It doesn't sting. When I talk about other people that are fixing to get right. Listen, the one saving grace about me is I never had to go to jail. Now, had I?
No.
P. Diddy, jail. You know he's going to jail.
You think?
Weinstein, jail.
Yeah.
Epstein, jail with a suicide kicker.
Why are you comparing yourselves to these really, really dark figures, Bubba?
Because that's what I've been cast as.
It's true, Bubba. Unjustifiably.
Yes.
It's wrong. These guys are scumbags that have been systematically raping women and possibly children for decades.
Here's the only difference. Here's the only difference.
You had one bad day.
Here's the only difference. Clear Channel will still play P. Diddy records. They won't let me on the air.
Oh, they'll play P. Diddy, R. Kelly, Michael Jackson all day long.
But you're not gonna put me on the air.
Yeah, because these two guys are
because I'm the bad guy. I'm the bad guy. But I guarantee you're playing, the P. Diddy record.
That's right.
Please. So anyway, Lummy, I would highly suggest watching it. And you know what? It was therapeutic for me. Because I was like, listen, I don't got it so bad. I mean, I just got blackballed from Tampa radio. That's it. I'm out of jail.
Are you honestly in search of people that have it worse than you? I mean,
no. No, not just. All right. I really am not. I can't believe what a mark for you to believe that. You're a mark.
I think it's a fair question that they would probably ask you in therapy if you ever went.
Please. This show's therapeutic.
Well, not if you don't answer the questions.
Yeah, you don't need therapy, Bubba. Come on, dude. You're so well adjusted.
Listen, I went to a therapist for 5 times.
I do what you do. You end up trying to filter what you say to them. You tell them what you think they need to hear, and you get the hell out of there at 6:59.
She quit me as a client.
Oh, really?
She's like, I don't know if you're either the most insane, bipolar, multiple personality person that I think you might be, or that you're absolutely brilliant and you can toggle between the two more brilliantly than anybody I've ever seen, to the point where I don't think I can help you.
Right, dude. You're way beyond that therapist as far as intellectual complexity.
Yeah, because I could work her.
Right.
Then I could shoot on her. Then I'd do an end around on her.
Yeah, but I don't know if you're supposed to work and
shoot
a therapist.
But then I would baby face on her. Then
dude. You're molding her in a hand.
Then I'd swerve her and flip back over to a heel.
Oh my God, dude.
That's just a waste of money at that point, I think.
Yeah,
absolutely. But I know a guy that went to a sex therapist and then tried to F her.
Well,
didn't work out well for him.
Now hold on.
Oh yeah.
You know a guy.
Yeah.
That went to so he had determined that he was a sexual addict.
Right.
And he went to a sex therapist.
Right.
Now did his wife?
Yeah, it's a whole deal.
His wife said you need to go to a sexual therapist.
I think they're trying to do it to save the marriage.
Right. He probably got caught in cheating or some kind of bull crap.
They were estranged.
She says the only way that I'll take you back or reconcile is if you start with going to therapy.
Yes.
About your sexual addiction. And this guy is such a degenerate that he tried to hook up with the therapist.
Yep.
Did she do it?
No, she doesn't. Come on, if you're a sex therapist, that's the one thing you can't really do. I mean, you got
I mean, maybe if you really want to be naughty.
Sounds like the dude wasn't hot enough. So unless it was you, Dan. Sorry.
Now, did he get in trouble?
Wasn't me. No, he didn't get in trouble.
Did she quit him as a client?
No, she worked through it. Apparently, it wasn't the first time it happened. So I mean,
she must be
pretty hot. Yeah,
she must be pretty hot.
It's like The Sopranos when Tony was trying to bang Dr. Melfi. Like you sometimes you kind of fall.
There's a bond.
And Tony almost got he had it close.
It was like the Joker and his therapist. It ends up it's his girl.
I think the Tony Soprano mention is far more.
They're both fictitious characters.
Yeah, but one's a cartoon. And one's one of the best television series of all times, and one of them is
the hottest chick ever, Margot Robbie. Be my therapist.
Yeah, that's true. The hottest scene ever, one of the hottest scenes ever in all of motion pictures. It used to be kind of the Sharon Stone. Remember the Basic Instinct?
Yes.
Sharon Stone, when she was being interrogated by these detectives, and she was like in this chair in this room, and she did the leg cross where it showed him her vagina.
Yes.
For a little bit, and like it just completely, she owned the room from that point forward.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's one of the hottest scenes in cinematic, whatever you call it. In cinematic history, and one of the other ones we could probably think of 4 or 5, but just off the top of my head before I go to words on me because I'm running late. But the other one would be the Margot Robbie, Leonardo DiCaprio, Wolf of Wall Street.
Oh, yes.
What Daddy's not getting from mommy anymore.
Yes, that's a great scene.
Oh
You
my
showed that.
God,
that's a great scene.
A couple months ago, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good one. What's up?
I think the third one was that kiss I gave to Winona Judd.
Please. Ew.
Face lit up.
Lummy, when I come back, can we talk about your involvement of Havoc and Hayes?
Yes, of course.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Show will be right back.
They just released the surveillance camera of the sniper in Fort Myers that took out the bank robber.
What?
It went through the computer screen.
Let me send it to me immediately.
It just popped on TMZ when I was looking.
Why don't I have it, Lummy?
Let me send it to me and tell me what I'm missing.
I'm trying to. There was a bank robbery in Fort Myers about a month ago.
All right, well, don't tell me unless you can show me, Lummy.
I sent it to you.
Oh.
Right when you said send it to me. Sir. They just released the.
What am I looking at here?
This is the surveillance camera showing the sniper taking out the bank robber between the two people. Oh, that sniper.
Which one did he take out?
The guy in the middle that's holding the two hostages.
Can we see it?
Yeah, it shows it after they show how he lined up.
Shows it right here?
Yeah. Good fucking for Fort Myers. It went through the computer screen.
What?
If you watch the computer screen, you can see where the bullet comes through the computer screen. Boom, see it?
Oh, yeah.
And the screen didn't even move. Whew.
Okay. That's good stuff.
Morning, Gary. Cantrell. Morning, Alan. Mark Gore, 1974, 2 months. Dog's going crazy back there.
walked outside, looked at it. Like, ah! And she started barking. Just said hi to her. She's still pissed.
I can see that.
Huh?
I can see that.
Did, was she bark at Seth?
I don't know. Maybe. His Hillary really goes back toward there.
Did he pee in that corner?
Yeah, but she's not here.
Already on the way with the food and drink. Jimmy the Bear Hayes. Figure 8 does a good job on most things. Definitely good for hogs. Jesus.
What if I should go to fucking Bella? I don't know why Eric could even fucking leave her out.
Hey, Bubba, I have a bottle of water that's only 7 of the 8ths of the way filled. Can I put it in the fridge?
Yeah.
Thank you.
John Bradley did not hear about that. Young Thug's trial, the attorney was held in contempt, has to do 20 days in jail.
Tell you what, that fridge is almost like a damn 7-Eleven. It's damn near got every beverage you could imagine.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Gatorade.
You outside? I looked for you outside.
I was going pee-pee.
I still look for you.
Where'd you look for me behind the...
He went from strip clubs and mansions to golf carts and pickleball. Welcome back to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Sorry, I'm late. Lummy, I'm down this PayPal rabbit hole right now. Here are the questions they've asked me. Provide a full description of the items sold or the services provided. I said, we don't sell anything. We are a radio content creator that our listeners send money to support. I think that's I think that's about right, don't you think?
I think eloquently stated.
Okay, and by the way, I'm reading these so that you guys can help me if I make a glaring error or sound stupid. Please chime in. Okay, Zeth, you with us today, Zeth?
You got it, Bubs.
All right, Bubs. Where do you store your stock? Please provide the address. I said, we have no stock, just a building with our studio equipment. And then I included the address of our building. You know, Nassau Street, Tampa, Florida.
They're going to raid your warehouse?
I don't know.
It's crazy.
Like, I mean, this this is questions that PayPal are asking me. By the way, Dan, Lummy, it started out with I had to send them a picture of my driver's license.
Of course.
And now we're going into this again. Well, provide a full description of the items sold. Where do you store your stock? Please provide the address. Now I have not filled this out. Where do you sell your items? Please be specific. Events, websites, social media, etc. Well, you know what? Since we don't use PayPal ever to buy items, within our Bubba Army store. I mean, we don't sell any items.
No.
We don't have any items. I mean, we sell air. We sell our voices.
Bubba, this is all tax type questions because where you store it, where you sell it, those are all like price point, city tax, state tax, federal tax questions.
They're really trying to get you.
They're really trying to hem you up on taxes.
So should I say we don't sell any items?
Yes,
we don't sell.
Because they're going to want sales tax. That's what they're looking for here. They're looking for you to have to pay them sales tax.
Physical. Should I say physical items?
Yes.
How do you spell physical? P-H-Y-S-I. P-H-I-Y. Okay. Any physical items.
C-A.
So, Dan, what they're trying to do here is they're just trying to...
They're pigeonholing you into a certain... business and address and location so they can tag you with whatever taxes they think that you owe.
If it says if you have any supporting documents, upload them below. I don't think I'm going to send them my federal taxes. Like, you know what I'm saying? I mean, let's see if I can do it without. Like,
I wouldn't send them a tax return. No.
Okay.
I would give them your tax ID number, and that's it.
Oh, okay.
I would give them your federal tax ID number. I would do that. It's like giving a social.
Well, let me see.
They want that. This is to get you on a tax deal. And that's why the federal government's doing it. They're trying to get so much information so they can come back with their 87,000 extra agents and tag you on a tax problem.
Now hold on, we went from an all red, now we're a yellow. Now we have a yellow thing. It says we are reviewing your information. You're not able to access your funds until we complete your review.
Of course.
Dan, I didn't send the tax ID number because I hit submit too soon. But maybe on the next round, if this one doesn't go through.
They'll come back with 3 more requests. But you know what you could do, Bubba, is around 2 o'clock, chase it with a phone call.
I know, but
why not? Just move it faster.
But doesn't that just go to listen, doesn't that just go to show you? Here we are, a small business of 6 employees.
Mm-hmm.
And we are funded by, one of our biggest ways for you to contribute to our show and to keep us on the air is with PayPal, Venmo, Cash App at the Bubba Army, Or, listen, you can just be a casual listener listening to me right now on 103.1 in Fort Walton Beach or Orlando, Florida Man Radio. But, at least go to our YouTube or our Facebook and follow us in some way, shape, or form. Even though that's free, that adds to the it helps. It does make us some money. When you watch a video, when you watch that pre-roll advertising, it might be pennies, but it helps. It all adds up.
It all adds up.
If we got enough, if we got 300 million, I think we're approaching our 300 million view on all of our platforms, which is huge. So just, subscribing and watching our stuff, namely, our YouTube channel, you are contributing to to us. But PayPal, for those that really, the John Costicas, the Joe from the West Sides, just all the fish on the J's. There's a lot of people that use those 3 forums, Venmo, PayPal, and Cash App, Lummy, to be that Bubba Army royalty party recipient, to be the big. There's a certain amount of whales that help keep this show, alive, and I'm not going to sit and list every one of them. You know who you are, the Scott Landers and the.
Hierarchies
And the Wilbur's Afterbirth and the Susan Poitrases and the Heather Wizzes and the Iggies. Just go on and on.
Let's just Bubba Light. Let's name them all, Bubba.
No, we don't got time.
They don't need to be named, but just start going.
we don't have time. But they're locked. They're like the government. It's like almost a Biden thing. Is it in conjunction with the 87,000? Listen, I didn't have tax problems until all my tax issues I thought had been resolved in 2018 with a big check that I wrote the government.
A surprise.
And so I was told by an IRS agent that came to this building, Lummy, after I got a settlement check from somewhere I can't talk about. And I was able to pay all my legal fees, and I was able to pay my escrow portion of my delinquent IRS deal and had gone back and forth with this agent. He was a super great guy, and he let me, I thought we were done. I thought, I didn't, pay it in full, but I paid, what we had agreed and negotiated on in one lump sum, and we thought we were cool. Even my accountant thought we were cool, but I didn't. My accountant maybe should have known or did know and didn't tell me, but there's this little thing in the IRS where if your business starts doing better than when you settled, then they have the right for 10 years to come back and collect the deal they gave you.
And I didn't believe this was true, but it's true.
You didn't? Yeah, you're like, oh, man, it's Bubba being Bubba. It's Bubba just being Bubba, crying poor mouth, woes me. And you looked into it.
I looked it up. I looked really into it. I called a couple people, too, in addition to reading the statute and the code about it. And it's absolutely, they can come back and get your silly ass.
Yeah.
Yep.
So in 17 and 18, when I wrote them a pretty large check, but it was probably half of what I owed them, but I didn't, there wasn't, Lummy, in 17 and 18, man, there wasn't a big silver lining over this. We were not doing very well.
No.
We had just gotten fired from Beasley. We all we had is Charleston at the time. They weren't paying that much money. We just started Twitch. We had whatever. We were making $800 a month from Twitch. And that's all we had. That's all. And we were done. We were done. And so I got this settlement check, paid off my legal fees, had a little bit left over. And the IRS is like, nope. You're not going to have any left over because you're going to sign that check over to us, and then we're going to go ahead and waive your we're going to settle it up. Boom. So I'm like, okay. I have nothing. I have zero. I got to borrow $25,000 from Tom Bean to even initially wire us and camera us up for Twitch, Lummy. Even though, I'm sure that equipment's so antiquated and stupid now. But I'm just saying, what cost $25,000 back then is probably $1,600 now.
Yeah.
With the technology they got. And so I had to borrow $25,000 from him in order to get on Twitch to try to create a show to try to generate some money. So then they come back. So all of a sudden, last year, 18 Lummy does a little bit better. 19 does pretty good. 20, even during COVID, was pretty good. We've had every year
growth.
Every year we've had growth. Every year we've had at least 20% growth.
Good for you, Bubba.
17 was the worst. 18 was the worst. 19, Lummy, we did a little better.
Yep.
20, we did a little better. 19. 21, better. 22, better. 23, really good. Now we're on 24, and we're pacing, a little behind 23, but we're still making money. We're paying the bills. We're making this. We're making the payroll, Lummy. Even when the power bill. God, the power bill for this place is $1,600. I'm just saying, it takes a lot to run this place.
I'm sure it used to be 8.
No, it used to be about 12.
Oh, was it?
It's about $500-600 up. Plus, let's not forget, it's about as hot as it's ever been. I think May. I think I saw somewhere. Maybe somebody can back me up.
Yeah,
but
you're right.
May might have been. I think the past May might have been the hottest May in the history of Florida.
In Tampa, it was 80.
In the history,
in the history of Tampa.
In the history of them keeping accurate records.
Yeah, yes, correct.
Yeah, I mean, Dan, maybe in the 1600s, it might have been a little hot one day, but I'm just saying, since we've been keeping records, probably since I would say, when have they started keeping records? Since maybe the 20s. Dan, I'm Dan. I'm asking,
it's different everywhere.
It's when your city incorporated. I don't know.
Right. It depends.
Did they know?
They like changing that date when they started keeping records to suit the narrative. So
since 1880 is
all right. So since 1880,
140 years.
Yeah. So anyway, Lummy, the IRS comes to me and they're like, Mr. Clem, yeah, you owe us $115,000. What do you mean? We're going to go ahead and that $115,000 break that we gave you when you took that all lump sum payment kind of gimmick. Yeah, I thought we were good. Like I thought, at that point I was on my, I was like, starting from zero. Well, you were technically then, but we've seen that you've had 4 years of growth, and we're now going to come back and get that. And I'm like, what?
With interest?
With interest. Yes.
You even know that you were on the hook for interest, and
With
then
interest.
you're in interest.
And let's not forget the $25,000 tax attorney you have to retain. Because you just don't just lay it out. You just don't talk to the IRS yourself.
Nope.
You got to hire an IRS attorney that talks IRS.
Right.
I don't know how to talk IRS.
No, I can't either.
I can't negotiate. I don't know the tax code. So you got to hire that guy. So anyway, thanks Joe Biden for the. And by the way, Lummy, the person that's handling my case is one of the 87,000 that Joe Biden hired because
nice.
They weren't from here originally. They got shipped in from New York from this particular. Yeah.
That's nice.
And so when this person was at my front, they were literally at the front gate, and we're like, we have an intercom. We're like, who is it? It's IRS. I'm like, what? That's IRS. So I go out there, and this woman, is like, yeah, here's my card. You need to be in contact with me immediately. You have back taxes that you need to owe.
So, Bubba,
it's really a nice conversation to have.
Can I ask you a dumb question here?
What?
It's not actually a dumb question. It's actually a really relevant question. Because Trump was talking about, and it's gotten a weird response, not taxing tips. Wouldn't these be argued as tips?
Ooh.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
Go MAGA.
I mean, it's so, and so what's so weird is that a lot of the service unions aren't supporting that, despite the fact it puts more money into their union. Man,
if I'm a server in Vegas, or I'm a dealer in Vegas, I'm a dealer in Vegas, and your tips are huge.
Right, it's all of it.
And so
it's huge for these people.
If the federal IRS code is to no longer tax tips, or you're a waitress, those waitresses make. What do they make, Seth? Like $4, $5, $8 an hour, but they get
it's like
the tip.
$3 to $4 an hour plus tips. It's usually paltry money plus tips.
And like Seth, you've worked in the service industry.
Well, when I was a barista, I think they get paid. I got paid minimum wage.
Oh, okay.
With plus tips.
But you got and the tips was the lion's share of probably what you got.
Yeah, it ended up not being what I thought it was. So that
But here's the deal: had you not had to pay tax on that, that'd be super cool. It'd be great.
Yes.
Be like, man, hold on. So I made 400 in tips. I gotta think a lot of people, Dan. A lot of these tips aren't reported anyway. How would you prove it?
Some aren't reported.
Well,
but when
here's
you
the
go to
deal.
a restaurant and it's all done through credit card, it has to be reported.
Yeah, you're right.
So that's where they get popped. Everyone pays with credit cards these days.
So when you tip a waitress or a waiter in cash, you're basically giving them about 26% extra. Am I not right? Let's say, Dan. Let's say you and I go out to this fancy steakhouse, and the tip's $100. I'm only using $100 because it's easier to do math.
Correct.
And the tip's $100.
Okay.
But you put that $100 on your black card.
Right.
It's not. The tip is not a $100 bill. That person's only getting, at the end of the day,
a fraction.
About $70 of that 100.
Probably.
Right? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Meanwhile,
that's assuming they get to keep their tips.
Exactly. But I'm assuming, a lot of times they also have to break up their tips and give 10% to the bar back and 10% to the dishwasher and all this kind of. But a $100 bill, man, that goes right in the pocket. Nobody knows about that. Right?
Nope. Yep.
My one friend that was a waiter so that the waiter doesn't get questioned, is that you leave a pretty small tip on the bill. So the manager can't say, well, they had to just lay down all cash. You leave about 50% of what you would, but then you lay like for instance,
just like a little extra cash for the guy.
Yeah. Then you lay a little, then you lay like, let's say you were going to lay a guy $100 bill, but put 40 of it down on the bill, and they just think that you're a tightwad, but lay 60 down, put 320s down underneath the gimmick.
Mm-hmm. That's smart.
Yeah, that's the way you do it.
I sent you it's a minute clip of Trump talking about it yesterday in Nevada.
Yeah, that's
a huge place. It's all tips. Nevada is all, like Vegas is all tips. All those people work on tips. It would give them so much more money in their pockets.
Right there?
No, what the heck happened? Sorry.
You talk about helping the common guy. How many common guys rely on tips? Or common women? You know what I mean? I had a job that relied on tips. Seth had one. Lummy, I'm sure you've had a job that relied on tips.
Yes. I've never had a job that relied on tips.
Now, this job relies on tips.
Hold on,
These are
right.
tips.
You're right.
Categorize them accurately. Tips.
Oh, I mean...
Tax-free, bitch.
Now, hold on now. Would he make this a federal deal?
Yes,
or
it's
just,
a federal deal. No, he can't make it a Florida deal.
It keeps giving me a Benny Johnson.
I'm sending you a different link that doesn't just autocorrect itself.
Should we say tip us instead of making a donation so it doesn't seem like we're a charity, or is that the gimmick that we're working?
No, we can actually even skin it on Facebook and
Tips.
on tips.
Tips, bitch.
Like we say, man, don't forget. And like we have audio, Seth is saying, man, thanks for the tip.
Love
John Kostika, $100 tip.
Tip.
Right?
Mr. Mark's dad,
What?
$25 tip.
Heather
Venmo.
Wiz throws down a $100 bill. Guess what that was, Lummy?
What?
Tip.
Tip.
Melissa Carpenter, she just laid down a hundo. Guess what it was?
Tip.
Tip.
Shane on Venmo, $20 tip.
Should we do a dance like a Cold Stone? When you get a tip?
I know. I've never been to Cold.
Yeah, they sing and they do a whole thing.
Yeah.
No, we're not doing a whole thing. We'd be singing and dancing all damn day long.
Well, that's great. I mean, that's what we want, right?
I've said this.
Here we go. Hold on. Man. Here's the deal, man. Dan, you're exactly right. What we get, we have a salary.
Yeah, they ain't paying you. It's a tip.
We have a salary. We have forms of monetization that we get 1099 and W-2'd on.
Yankee Jib, $100 super chat tip.
But you know what? Even though it's not a law yet, I want you to. That's
categorize them all. No, absolutely, because this law could actually go into effect sooner than you think.
Yeah, we'll have audio saying, man, we've been calling them tips since June.
That's right,
bitch.
The first time I've said this, and for those hotel workers and people that get tips, you're going to be very happy. Because when I get to office, we are going to not charge taxes on tips. People making tips.
Man, that
helps
brilliant.
so many people.
And I don't care if you're the hardcore Democrat, bar slinging son of a bitch in Vegas. I don't care who you are. If all of a sudden now you're not getting taxed on your tips, which is the lion's share of your money. Bitch, I don't care how many generations of your family have voted blue. I am voting for Donald Trump.
And can you believe
immediately?
Can you believe that the major server unions are so blinded by their hatred to Trump that they won't support him, despite the fact that he is putting cash in the hands
you're talking
of
about
all their members?
The unions of servers, that work at Outback, and
the ones that, especially the Vegas unions.
Yeah,
they're not supporting him still, despite him saying this and helping their members, giving them more money,
putting
70%
back in their pocket,
30,
and they're still. Yeah, 30. I'm sorry, putting 30% back in their pocket,
which solves the inflation crisis for those people. That 30%.
Listen to people pop on that deal.
Balances the inflation.
I'm popping on that. Seth, your bonus could be a tip.
Holy
and
moly.
you're not get maybe you don't get taxed on it.
I'm really surprised we don't get paid more to the table around here.
No, we don't do anything around.
I know, it's so on the up and up.
Man, we are so highly scrutinized by the IRS. Everything is so up. There's no cash.
We're not going to do it, and we're going to do that right away, first thing in office, because it's been a point of contention for years and years and years, and you do a great job of service. You take care of people, and I think it's going to be something that really is deserved. More importantly, popular or unpopular. I do some unpopular things, too, if it's right for the country. I do what's right. But so those people that have jobs in restaurants, whatever the job may be, a tipping job, we're not going after for taxes anymore. This will be ended.
And that will be unbelievable.
It's good for strippers.
Us. Oh, it's good for strippers.
Good for us.
It's good for us.
It's good for everybody.
Is that something that he can do on his own?
Yeah, he said day one. Just like when Biden went in there and day one opened up the borders, shut down the pipeline. There was a couple of things he did day one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Then those are two of which he shut the pipeline that was 2/3 done.
The Canadians still don't understand why that dumbass did that.
It's 2/3
it's
done.
Like free gas.
It's all the way done from like Alaska, all through Canada, all through Montana and Wyoming and North Dakota. It's like all the, I don't know. But then right where it goes, right down by Missouri, where it makes a hard left and goes to the largest refinery in Illinois, they only have just like that little bit of air, like it goes clear to Missouri. It's built clear to Missouri, and it's just got to go to Missouri to like somewhere in Illinois, and then from where it's in Missouri, it has to go down to Corpus Christi, Texas.
And part of that's already built.
And so it's just those two little last legs of pipeline that needs to be done, and he put a stop on it because they had to go through a couple bird sanctuaries. Meanwhile, it's like 7/8 done, and it would completely revolutionize what we pay for gasoline.
Definitely. And I guarantee more birds are killed every day by windmills than would ever have died from that stupid pipeline.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dumbass.
And when they're building that pipeline and they're going through like a wilderness sanctuary, there's a lot of guidelines on like if they get into like if they get into like a turtle, they'll actually take a pipeline and go like a half a mile to the left to preserve a certain area.
Yep.
So, they're not just boss hogging their way through doesn't matter what they run over, an eagle's nest, and they're being mindful as they're building this. And Joe Biden, day one, stopped the pipeline. And now the son of a bitch is now saying, isn't that convenient? Right before the election, as gas starts creeping up higher than it's ever been, he now has released 1 million barrels of our reserve.
Oh, again?
Which is at our lowest
depleted.
point.
Which depletes our reserve.
Right.
Trump had gas at its all-time low with record numbers of reserves.
Yep, he filled the reserves.
Because he was using domesticated oil.
Yep.
And I announced that for the first time I've brought it up. First time anyone's brought it up.
Hold on. Let's not forget. Hold on. I know it's the first time you brought it up, but Donald, just don't let it be one of these, fleeting kind of deals so that you can get a pop in Nevada. You need to lock this in. This needs to be day one stuff. This is a game changer. This is an absolute game changer for us. Because absolutely, Lummy, what we get from PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App, that's a tip.
It is.
And we could even, start calling it that and labeling it that.
Melissa Carpenter, Venmo tip, $100.
Be like, as we write down our monthly financials, like, listen, we got X amount of dollars, from wages, and we got X amount of dollars from tips.
That's right.
God, we're like strippers now. We're on-air radio content strippers.
Restaurants, whatever the job may be, a tipping job.
A tipping job, you do very good.
We're not going after for taxes anymore. This will be under. And I announced that for the first time I've brought it up. First time anyone's brought it up. I think it's never been brought up before, and I also think it's very appropriate.
It's
very appropriate.
Listen, I gotta go to words, but you sent me this video, and it's unbelievable. It's in Fort Myers.
Yeah.
And it just happened, I think, yesterday, maybe?
No. It was like a month ago. They just released the video, though.
I don't want anybody to get mad at me saying, like Brian rolling here and saying, Sponjo, that video's 2 years old.
Yeah, but no, the video just came out. The story is from about a month ago.
Thanks.
No problem.
So anyway, this bad guy, this bank robber goes into this bank, and he takes 2 hostages. And they're kind of in this back office building. They're like not out there in the teller area. They're like in this, maybe like this secretary's office area. And it's a guy, and like maybe what I'm assuming is either his secretary or a female worker at the bank.
There's 2 hostages.
Right. That's what I'm saying. There's a guy and a girl that work for the bank.
Yes.
And then there's the bad guy. And I don't know what agency it is, Lummy. But we need to find out what agency it is. This guy is a badass. And Dan, you being a shooting enthusiast are going to love this guy. Snipes him.
Lee County Sheriff's Department.
Oh, my buddy Carmine.
Oh, nice.
I actually know the sheriff, Carmine. Maybe I'll have him on the air next week saying, Carmine, man, great sniper.
Yeah, great
Dan,
job.
this bad guy he's got both both hostages around both sides of, he's got his arms around them, kind of holding them like that.
Mm-hmm.
And the sniper shoots through the window, through the computer screen, and center mass onto the bad guy.
Wow.
Yeah. I'll do that next.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
We were drunker than Nick Hogan's wife when we put this thing together. BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
Can we get a 1 degree down deal? Thank you. Sorry for the bill. Oh yeah, love hearing it come on.
Okay, so we got bank robber, then havoc and chaos or whatever it's called.
Yeah, I want to hear about that. So, yeah. Is it okay if I go to a baseball game with some old coworkers?
Sure, whatever. Who am I gonna give a fuck? Going to Drew and John Singh?
No, Pat and Aaron.
Who?
Pat and Aaron from
Oh yeah, that was cool. I don't give a fuck about them.
Yeah, they're cool. Guys, go listen to some podcasts. We got some good stuff up there over the last couple of weeks. If you haven't, I feel like this month's going to be kind of down.
You better not be. We need to do something.
Well, that's why I'm talking. I'm talking to everybody. I'm just saying, if you've been thinking about checking out a podcast, I think now would be a good month.
Now would be a good month for us to come up with some good shit.
Do you ever get the feeling that, listening's down in the summer?
No.
Really? Not through your career at all?
Maybe a little bit.
Well, it seems at least in my podcast division, either all of them suck or listening's down a little bit.
George Lopez was still alive. Of course. He's dead. He's dead. No.
I'll take it, guys. Whatever you listen to, man. You listen to one, you listen to them all. I think 4 of them suck. If one's good. That's all I need.
It's not Flapjack Friday.
The only man who cheated on the woman that wiped his ass.
That's gross. I love it.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
I know, Lummy, I can get a hold of Carmine, the sheriff of Lee County. Him and I are friends.
Nice.
Like I got his cell phone number, and he's the sheriff of Lee County, which is where this sniping took place. Maybe having the sheriff of Lee County, because, you could get in and be like, okay, Carmine, so when this all went down, where were you? Like, were you back at headquarters, or were you boots on the ground? And then at the end of the day, when the sniper had him in his sight, they've obviously, Lummy, the agency has released the footage, so they're not, like, trying to stick their head in the sand about this event happening.
Oh, no.
Like, they're talking about this event. And so maybe I could get the sheriff on the air and be like, okay, when the sniper had him in snipe, did they have to get final approval from you, the sheriff? Like, how did the chain of command go down? Like, I think there could be some interesting questions that you could ask the guy who runs the agency.
Oh, of course. Yeah, I mean, it's making all types of news. It's on Fox News last night.
Yeah. So I'm going to see if
How good of friends are you with Carmine? Like, good enough where you would invite him to your wedding? Or he's not on that level?
There's not going to be anybody at my wedding.
Right.
I already told you that.
Yeah, okay.
There's going to be there's going to be 2 people at my wedding.
Oh, Lord.
3. There's going to be 4 people at my wedding. Me, Erica, Larry Plummer, and Mary Lou, his wife. That's it. Those are the 4 people.
Not even Pepe?
Not even Pepe.
No Hall of Famers?
And I may have to have a guy from Indiana do it. I might not be able to go. Like Larry might have to do it.
Is he a notary or something?
But he can become one.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about doing it next summer of 25.
I'll stick around till then.
So let's not talk anything more about that.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to know the level of friendship because I've never heard you mention Carmine before. So
Carmine is like, Lummy, I'm not as close to Carmine as I am Grady Judd. Grady Judd's my boy. Like, Grady Judd's my guy.
Yeah.
Like, I've done a ride along with Grady Judd.
And just so people know, we did cover this story when it happened, and so we understand that it did happen a couple months ago.
Man, it did get cold in here real fast.
That's nice.
It actually did.
Mm-hmm.
Is it too cold, or is it about right?
It's good.
See, I got this fan behind me that causes me to get a little chilly.
Especially if you walk outside for 1 minute, you need this. It's really hot.
Is it going to rain?
It's supposed to.
So anyway, I could get. I'm gonna text Carmine today and see if I could do a Zoom with him. Let me maybe tomorrow during the show and be like, "Hey, Carmine, walk us through what happened." Today, speaking of which, the after show is going to be Clem and Kush. It's only available for you to go listen to via a podcast download. So, like, go to iHeart or Apple or Spotify. Usually, if you follow us on any of, like, Instagram or Facebook or TikTok or X/Twitter, we'll have a link up of the daily podcast. You can just literally you can get it that way if you'd like.
Luckily, a lot of people subscribe, so they get notifications when it goes up, which is awesome.
Which is better.
Oh, yeah. Which is better?
For them to subscribe.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Subscribe to our podcast. It helps our numbers out. And it sends you a little notification when there's a brand new one. There'll be a brand new one going up today. It's one of the most popular. Well, let's just be honest. It's the most popular podcast we have. It's Clem and Kush. It's me and Seth Kushner's just literally talking about sometimes cool stuff, sometimes stupid stuff, sometimes just life. Sometimes we're miserable. Sometimes we're happy. Sometimes we're sad.
Babyface
sometimes we forget we're on the air. and we get real deep. You know what I'm saying? It's a plethora of emotions.
I never looked at it that deep, Bubba, but you're right.
We get deep in there.
We do, man. It's a roller coaster. I don't even know how I do pigmentation after that. I should go home and just sleep the rest of the day.
Hello.
Hey, buddy, you got to get married at BARP this year. That's the only choice.
Yeah, that probably would be, but not this year. Next.
I mean, okay, yeah, that's fine. But yeah, I mean, the Bubba Army would love it. I mean, I think that would be awesome. And that way the royalty gets to be there for that moment. Because let's face it, you Erica ain't going anywhere. This one's for real this time.
Yeah, I mean, okay, I agree. This is the most genuine one I've had so far. Like this is the best woman I've had in my life ever.
That's nice to say.
And she doesn't care that I'm broke, and doesn't care that I have an airplane, and doesn't care that I'm in Tampa famous. Like she could care less. You
guys found each other at your lowest.
Well, whatever. I mean, I don't know if she's ever been low.
No, your lowest. I said, Bubba. Yeah. She didn't date you because you were this rich guy rolling around throwing money everywhere.
Right.
She dated you because she liked you.
She didn't get me on my $7 million year. She got me on my $7 year.
Yeah, but you'll have another $7 million year.
I don't know if I ever will.
Yeah, you will.
I don't know.
She got smacked by Calta for you, Bubba. I mean, what's more loving than that?
I know, Brian. Can you believe that they know? Can you believe they know Pross that?
Las Vegas Mario, $10 said Howard's talking about your engagement right now too.
Brian, you saw a little bit of the testimony, and you saw a little bit of the state attorney's correspondence and things like that. I shared a little bit of it with you. Is that not the biggest bunch of bull crap?
It's a joke, in my opinion. The fact that they turned it around and said what they said is disgusting. It's about as bad as Young Thug's attorney being held in contempt.
I don't think he's following that case,
Yeah,
babyface.
Brian. I mean, you need to stick things to more.
This is a fascinating story. Fascinating.
Tell us on Thursday.
And with Dan being in there, they had.
Well, Dan said, thank you for trying to include me, but I'd rather hear it when you have your own time on Thursday, not impeding into my real estate. But I, as the host, say, go ahead. I
forgot it's Tuesday. It's Diaco and Friends on 8:20.
But listen, hold on. But hold on. Like, I can't. That the effery involved in that situation, where the state attorney, the 12th Circuit state attorney, Ed Frosky, said that Erica is lucky that Mike Calta didn't file charges on her because she was the aggressor, and she I can't even, like, if you were to show that footage to 100 state attorneys who didn't know who Erica's boyfriend was, and just on the act of what happened in itself, not who the person is associated with. 99.9% of all prosecuting attorneys or sheriffs or anybody in an authority to arrest or file charges on somebody, I don't think sees it the same way that their 12th Circuit state attorney sees it.
Yeah, no, there's not a single jury in this country. You could get any 12 people together that would have convicted Erica for assault for trying to recover her cell phone.
Right.
That was ripped from her hands. The guy, it's a clown statement. It's a joke of a statement. And I would have bowed up. I would have said, charge her. Charge them both. Let's see who wins. Charge them both, bitch.
No, the state attorney is like, we're not charging anybody for nothing. And we know how the state attorney goes around here. You have no recourse. None. Zero.
I know. It's ridiculous.
I think actually we need to have legislation that the state attorney has some types of checks and balances, because right now, at least in the state of Florida, the state attorney is virtually, less the governor, untouchable.
Well, that's his check.
Well, you should be able to appeal to like a statewide commission that would then look at it and determine if charges should have been brought.
Right. I think you should. I mean, it just gives one individual all the power in the entire county. One person.
Prosecutorial discretion is fine to a point, but not when it's clear. It's pretty obvious favoritism and games are being played.
Yeah. So anyway, I got that. Yeah. I need to.
So I'm looking forward to the big Barb wedding, January 2026.
Listen, I'm either going to get married. I'm either going to get married in Indiana, in the summer of 25, or I'm going to get married at Barb in January of 26. One of the two.
Yeah, but don't you want John Costica and
Jay's here,
Big Gulp, and the Nash brothers to be there? I mean, that would be amazing.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I'm taking under heavy consideration.
Could you imagine what the tips are going to be like in 25, Bubba, if people are trying to get to your wedding in 26? I mean, it could be good for business.
Yeah.
It's just, I mean.
I know. Thank you for being my financial advisor, and you are. And by the way, I do acknowledge you're right.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Brian's right, and that we need to do it at BARP, and Seth is right on the people that might try to get to BARP for just that occasion. Whereas I'm giving it away where I'm giving it away. If I do it in Indiana, Lummy, I'm giving it away for free. Like, I'm not.
Yeah, Larry Plummer should pay to see this.
But hold on, Larry Plummer comes to BARP every year, so I can still have Larry Plummer marry me.
I know. I'm just joshing.
Yeah, I'm gonna have Larry Plummer's gonna marry me.
Pity married me. Larry Plummer should marry you. Of course.
Exactly. So I'm gonna do it. I'm a little bit of a JDiaco elope. Well, I guess I'm not really eloping.
It's not an elope, but it's. Yeah. Definitely including
I went from being like Seth. I went from it being a very private affair, with just 4 people, to now doing it on the stages of BARP in 2026.
Yeah, you're easily, I think, persuaded into doing something that is content and money,
potentially profitable.
And Babyface has time to get ordained between now and then, so he can marry you guys.
Babyface ain't marrying me.
Why?
No.
He would put the work in.
I'd either have Tom. It's either going to be Larry Plummer, Tom Bean,
Jay.
or
Jay could do it.
Maybe Jay. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know.
Mike Thurman, $20.
Probably Tom Bean or Larry. One of the two.
But would you be up for it if Babyface put in the work to get the paperwork and all that?
I've already got the paperwork, and I'm happy to phone as a backup. I'll be a backup for you. But you're right. It should be probably Tom Bean or Larry Plummer.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're really being intellectually honest, those are probably the 2 most important guys in your life.
Yeah, probably. Something like that. So,
I think, Larry seems like a good choice.
All right, Brian, you're really, really getting into the Diaco real estate. They get very irritable over that, and Jay's already mean mugging me, so I gotta let you go.
All right, love you all. Take care.
Bye now. Appreciate it.
He's really, and I say this as obviously pro Babyface. He's giving me like the Ralph when he would call Howard vibes. Like
he does. And you know what? You're so right on that.
He's so polarizing,
right.
and he just
you're
checks
so
in.
right on that. And then he gets heat with a few, and he has some good stuff to say, but it's all heat related.
Yeah, he's just there for an idea.
He's kind of like our Ralph. We should start calling Babyface Cirillo.
Oh, wow.
Babyface Cirillo.
It's got a lot of syllables, but we can make it happen.
Well, I mean,
what's Ralph doing these days?
He's dead.
God.
Yeah, Dan. Dan, he insert open mouth, insert foot. Jesus.
You'll only be so lucky if that happens to Brian.
The Z Morning Zoo on Z100.
That's the second one of the day, isn't it, Lummy?
Yes, it is.
Keeping score?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Hello.
Hello?
Yeah.
Bubba?
It's Marianne from Brooklyn.
Marianne, congratulations.
Oh, thank you, Mary.
Yeah, I was going to break the news to Howard, but Ronnie, the limo driver, didn't, and Howard's asking a million questions like, how many times were you married before? And I think only once, right? And I think Ronnie should marry you. Ronnie should marry you. They're all talking about you, Bubba.
Okay.
Can you call Howard and give him the story, give him the actual story of how you got on your knee and gave Merch a ring?
I didn't get
Yeah, it was so romantic. You saw it, Marion.
I didn't get on my knee, and I did have a ring already made for her. So, it was kind of like premature. I didn't necessarily get engaged Saturday night at the Eric Andre show. We kind of already were.
Yeah, he mentioned that JD went on and said Eric Andre. But why don't you call Howard and tell him? Why don't you let Ronnie marry you?
Okay.
Come on, Bubba, that would be epic.
Okay, Marianne, we'll call him. Okay.
Cool.
Oh my Lord.
Bob, I'm so happy for you. You have been so many ups and downs, and now you're back on a high again, and I'm really happy for you.
And Marianne, thank you for being such a good friend and such a great listener. And we'll call in, okay, honey?
Yes, love you. Congrats, Maricha and Bubba. Enjoy.
All right, thank you.
That's like a celeb, man. That was really cool.
Well, she's like my bird dog. When Howard's talking about me, she'll call. And because she knows the phone line numbers, and she'll call and she'll kind of give me a little brief description of what they're talking about, and then call.
Do you think people are in the chat when Howard's talking about you going slow news day?
Well, listen, anytime that Howard and I get on, it's two polarizing figures that a lot of people hate. So I'm sure that
I'm just messing around.
Everybody hates me,
but it's always compelling.
Yeah, it is. Let me. Do you have Gary's number?
I have a number that I've gotten from JD to call in.
All right, you want to do that?
Yeah, I'll send it to you.
Wait, you want let me to sit on hold, Bubba, or what are you thinking?
No, I just want Lemmy to dial it and say it's ringing.
Well, I was checking with JD just to make sure that so you're not just sitting on hold.
Oh.
We're trying to carve. He's trying to carve a spot in for you.
Okay, yeah. Be like, if they don't want us to call in, we won't.
Yeah, then you're just gonna be sitting there.
He's doing some executive producer stuff.
You don't want to job yourself out, Bubba.
No. Lemmy's exactly right. If he's already moved on, then then we don't want to bug him with it. But if he's still in it, and he still would like to speak about it, he may not even want me to call in. He may not want any backfill on the deal. He might be like, okay, Bubba got engaged.
He's probably already fearing you might invite him,
I am going to probably, thank you for that, because I'm going to make sure I open up with Howard. I just want to let you know that it's not going to be near the production that my other one was. I'm thinking about getting married on a bridge in Warsaw, Indiana. See, and he'll love that.
Right.
Like, with just four people, me, the Merch Crick, my best friend Larry Plummer, and his wife. Like, that's it. Just four people on a broken down bridge, Chinworth Bridge in Warsaw, Indiana, which is just a little bridge that goes over a little creek. It's not even like a big ass bridge, and there's rapids.
Is it romantic?
It's just tranquil.
Can I give you some advice on that?
Not really, because it's right by a highway and trucks are going by, and it's not even like deep into the cut. It's like right off the road.
I'd like to have a little bit of advice from a guy I'm married almost 19 years, and I eloped. And marriage is a very selfish thing if you're doing it right. It should be about you and Erica. It shouldn't be about the party. The last one you did was a big who's who and who's done it with all the things that you could do, and Chef Chavez, and it was like it was unbelievable.
Way
I remember the chocolate fondue. I remember it. And I don't even like food.
Crab leg station,
but
peel and eat shrimp, lobster, steak.
But if you really, want to make this one work, make it about you and Erica. Ask her what she wants to do. And, as much as a BARP thing would be great, maybe redo your vows for BARP, but do the real one with you and Larry and her and maybe her best friend.
No, it's too much. Already too many.
I mean, I did literally me, Pitty, his wife, Candle, and another couple. 6 people.
And the whole family resented you for years afterwards.
And I'm still happily married. Sorry, I'm still happily married.
Hold on. And to this day, and until her last breath, Arlene's going to be mad at you about it.
She's still pissed.
Hold on. She may tell you she's not mad, but deep down, that cut her hard. That cut her to the core.
That
her little baby boy, her little baby boy, who was her last son, that had finally went through the nest. Of all of them, I got to think that she would probably think that Steve would have been the one that eloped.
No, the thing is that the whole Catholic thing with my mom. She still thinks I'm going to have my wedding somehow validated by the Catholic Church. She still thinks you're
going to hell.
But didn't Candle do Catholic stuff?
No, because Catholics make it too difficult. It's like a 2-year process that's like.
Candle says I ain't got nothing to do for 2 years.
She's already a Christian and she's faith-filled and she's baptized, and so
it's different. She's back. She's
I like,
Baptist.
Jay, that you took religion right on out of it and said, I'm making it about the two people that matter, me and my wife.
Well,
everybody else can do the sideshow. And
I tell my son I'm a faith-filled guy.
I mean, I got yelled at by Coach Gruden at Dan's wedding.
No doubt. I did too. We all did. We all did.
Coach Gruden goes, I got my eye on you, you little rascal, and I hear that stuff you put on the radio every day.
He's so funny. And he gives you that little smirk.
And he goes, I hear it, I hear it, I hear it. And I was just like, Jimmy, help me, please. Jimmy's like, I don't know what to do. I go get Dr. Joe to save me. And then somebody distracted Coach Gruden and he went off, but he got right up to me. I know who you are. I go, oh, hello, Coach Gruden. He goes, you're that guy that puts that stuff on the radio. I hear it. I hear it. I certainly hear it, my friend. I'm like, woo, 3 I hear it. It's not good. He comes across intimidating.
Oh, yeah. He's a tough
He's
guy.
an intense guy.
He's intense. Like, if you were just going to walk up and say, hey, Coach, how you doing? And his response was, I'm doing real good. It would still be like a tense moment.
Oh, God. Can you imagine like being his kid? We're going to go outside. We're going to take the garbage out. All this together. We're going to right now. Go, go, go.
What was him and your dad's dynamic?
They loved.
Go ahead. Dad and he got along really, really, really well. Dad was not intimidated by him.
Because your dad doesn't BS, and your dad would sometimes tell the team coaches what they didn't want to hear. Like, listen, isn't your dad the one that begged Ray Perkins, don't draft Keith McCants?
Mm-hmm.
The guy's knee is junk. I've looked at it 4 different times. I saw it at the combine. I flew up there and looked at it privately. It's junk. Don't get him.
It's true.
I mean, right?
Yes.
To the point where it almost cost Joe his job.
Yeah. Well, they tried to, but he was too close with Hugh Culverhouse.
Right.
There was no way you're going to get him out.
I understand that. But, your dad, over the years, had told coaches what they didn't necessarily want to hear about of the physicality of a ball player. Joe would keep a guy out, and the coach would flip out.
But he probably told Gruden what he wanted to hear about Allstott. He can keep playing. And so he played right through the Super Bowl.
God, he was a beast.
Yep.
Let me have you ever watched like the best of Allstott tapes?
It looks like old school now, doesn't it?
Oh my God, it does look like old school when they had a real fullback.
Yeah, like Walter Payton. When you see those old videos of those guys, it's like, man, they don't play the same way anymore.
He ran like a Ford Ranger. He just ran people over.
He did. He did.
North to south.
He was just a god. He was a stud.
Anytime you needed him, 3, 4, 5 yards.
Yeah.
Right there on the goal line.
What do you say? Pound the rock.
Allstott up the gut.
Yep.
Yeah, he was hardcore.
Right,
and the nice thing about the reason that Gruden liked Dad was because he knew Dad wouldn't act differently just to make Gruden happy.
Right.
Dad was going to be real and honest and accurate, and Gruden had to rely on that.
Well, let me.
Yeah, he's on. Whoa.
They're checking. An extraordinarily good-looking kid.
Oh, hello.
And
it's Howard, live on live.
I guess it's the whole Nepo baby thing. You go, well, I don't want to like Willow Smith.
So
she's already got good stuff.
If they want
why
to.
should she have talent? But nevertheless,
or moved on. So
they might have moved
on. I like this song.
They said try. So
they said what? Try.
I thought it was a new song because
so he might. They probably say in Bubba line 6, and he's gonna take it or not take it.
He put it out a couple of years ago.
I'm gonna have to apologize profusely for being late, and you've probably already moved on.
Let me play it from the beginning.
I'd be like, sorry, Howard, I'm so sorry. I know that you've already moved on from my topic. If you don't want to put me on, I understand. Don't want to like a little bitch. Don't want to bother you.
This isn't even the version I like.
I pride myself on on staying off your radar.
On the Instagram is that I guess she does this live.
We'll wait like another minute.
Yeah.
And then we gotta go. We can't job.
No. They said that if they come
Seth, if you're out there standing in the corner and the Undertaker doesn't come out, you go back to the back, don't you?
Yeah. I don't know. I might hang around a couple hours.
Wrestle that guy in the front row.
That's right.
Hey, I think Howard's moving on. Actually, it's
all right. No problem.
Moment passed,
hey,
but thank you so much.
But tell Howard thank you for the mention, bud.
Yep, of course. I'll pass it on.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you, buddy. See, there you go.
Yeah,
we know showbiz. Please. Let me. What's this you sent me here?
Oh, this is the sniper.
Oh, is this the sniper?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Wait till you see this, Dan. This is unbelievable. And I'm gonna see if I can get Sheriff Carmine on tomorrow. Be like, hey, Sheriff Carmine, did you have to, when the guy had them all lined up, did they have to radio back to you?
For the shot.
Yeah, I mean,
someone has to approve that shot.
I mean, like, I'm just saying, like, the corporal, the two-striper, he can't, I mean, not even the lieutenant, not even the, you probably got to have captain, major, under sheriff, or sheriff as a title to say, yeah, pull that trigger.
Yeah, there's got to be a top 3 guy, right?
What's up, Dawn, on YouTube? I love her. She did such a big favor for me back in the day. Love me that, love her. All right, so here, as you can see, here's the bad guy right here. Looks like Stephen A. Smith. And then here's one of the bankers, and this was, I'm assuming, another person that works at the bank. And this bad guy is rounding them up, trying to keep them hostage as he's robbed this bank. And you can see that he's trying to keep, everybody kind of relatively in a close-knit circle, knowing that perhaps they do have him, beat it up with a sniper. I don't think
he's trying to make human shields.
I don't think the bad guy really took the Lee County sniping department that serious, because I would have kept these people far, because they got him. So,
he's inside, though, but I wouldn't even expect the risk of a sniper.
Right, so
you're talking about a guy that's inside right now, and he has 2 people surrounding him. He seems pretty well protected.
Now watch this shot. So the police officers are out here, Dan, okay? See right here? Mm-hmm. My little arrow? They're out there. And the sniper is about right where my cursor is. See it? Mm-hmm. He's about right there. And he shoots, and it goes through this computer and hits this guy right there. Literally, he has to do the Kentucky windage for what the deviation of the bullet may be after it goes through a computer. That, or he's got such a powerful round that computer doesn't mean nothing to that round.
The window would also deflect it a little bit too if he has to shoot through a window. If you shoot at glass at less than a perpendicular angle, the bullet does change direction.
So here we go. Watch this. Hold on. You're going to be able to see. I think
there's not much room between those 2 heads.
I get it. I can empathize with that situation.
So this is outside the bank, and these are all the guys, and this is the sniper right here, and then see this area right here? That's where they're located, back there.
Oh, the sniper's the one with the right here,
right there,
the headphones,
right here.
Yeah.
This is the sniper, and I think he uses a few of the guys' shoulders to kind of gauge up. Watch this.
Believe me, I can. Okay, and I want to be able to help you with that, right? As somebody else who has kids, I want to be able to help.
Oh, so Dan, he is using one of his guys as like a tripod. See the guy over his shoulder?
Yeah, I see that. It's crazy.
It's gonna blow right in his ear.
100%. You heard?
Now you can see.
He's got a silencer.
Oh my God, Bubba! Look at that little narrow shot.
That's the shot he gets while having to go through a computer. You can see somebody there, and the bad guy right there.
You think this guy's like former military?
Oh, absolutely.
I was going to say.
But you know what's interesting, though, is that the guy in front of him that looks like maybe binoculars on or something like that, has his arm up, that he's using as a rest, is also hiding the fact that there's a sniper behind him.
Right.
Yeah. You can't see that sniper.
Right. So, like, to the naked eye, the bad guy, he just sees a bunch of SWAT team guys up on there, maybe with some assault rifles, but nothing sniper-like.
Rugged Mail, $50.
Watch this. Here we go.
Come on, Alavachi.
He's moving around.
Right? Keep talking to me. Let me know what's going through your head right now.
And the guy that's the base, he's kind of walking around a little bit.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I want to make sure you're the most relaxed.
All right, so the guy, the sniper just fired the bullet. Now
you don't even see him.
No, hold on, watch.
Go.
Now they show. Hold on. Now watch this. Now, boom! Can you see the hole?
Oh my God!
Right there. I'm gonna rewind it just a little bit so the hole's not there. And boom! Watch this. You'll see the hole. This is slow motion. You'll see the hole go through the computer, and the bad guy drop. Watch.
Was that his plan?
Boom!
Oh my God!
Bad guy goes down. 2 people scramble away. Yeah, yes, Seth. I think that was his plan.
Well, and I guess the bad guy kept ducking behind it.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So I mean, let me play it one more time.
Look at the other view from him. He said, "Head up." Oh my God.
Here we
Man,
go.
they don't even take that shot in the movies.
No.
No, that's like
They never do. No, they never take that shot.
But Lee County says, we'll take that shot, bitch. Watch this shot again. Here they are. They're 3 standing there. And then, boom, hold on. You're going to see a hole through the computer.
Oh, wow.
Boom, there goes the hole through the computer.
Oh, my goodness.
The 2 people on either side, looks like they're both women. They go in opposite direction, and the bad guy falls down to the knees. Boom, dead. And then the boys from Lee County, Carmine and the boys, roll up in there and jump over the counter. And make sure, maybe throw a smoke bomb to disorient a bang. This shows them coming in.
Wow.
So this is where they had to shoot through here, through there, through this computer, and right there. Boom.
Can we talk to the sniper instead of Carmine? I really like to see. I'd like to see, man, I would love to see if, what was on purpose.
Listen, Seth.
Hey.
I talked to Carmine first.
Yes.
Talk about the event. He's the sheriff, Johnny Rah-Rah, Yippee-Yo, my sniper. And then we say, Carmine, can we get the sniper on next week? And he says, of course.
Okay.
That's how you do it, bud.
Thank you for showing me the way.
Holy shit, a lot of people have worked here. Glad we built BubbaArmyHQ.com for all the PTSD memories.
Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
He got him.
I know, man. That's wild stuff, man.
They would have done this. Like right here. He probably tried this.
That is wild.
You think he went down just a hair? Or do you think it's like when he went down, he went down a little bit?
Maybe the guy in front may have shifted a little bit because he was moving, and the window that he went through, the first window, could have deflected the bullet downward a little bit.
That's incredible. That's like lethal weapon. Take the shot.
If you rewound it a little bit, you watch the guy. He keeps going like this, and then that when you watch
It looks like
head,
he's getting.
the kind of starts going down. That's
He's
why
almost falling down
That's
as
why
he was
they said it
moving.
hit him right in the head. Like he was, I think he was waiting because if you watch, I saw the guy kind of.
He was trying to time it.
Yeah.
Wow.
That was
unbelievable.
What was his gun though? Did the other guy? Did the guy in the
he
back?
said he had a bomb or something.
Oh, the bomb.
Yeah, he might have had a bomb. Yeah. I remember the story right. I think he said he had a bomb on him.
Morning, everybody.
Guess it wasn't.
The voter said he was voting for Trump and then got blasted.
No, he,
No, I know, it's funny.
I know, but I guess he had a knife, and he was holding a knife to the lady's throat.
Oh, that's definitely, you can only match the force that you see when you're a cop. It has to be, for lethal force, they have to be threatening someone's life.
Hey, Bubba. What? Back into her, I guess her throat. So I'll show you what we got set up her.
Oh, that would be a horrible way to die. Knife to the throat.
Sorry. Dirty ball bag, 37 months.
Yeah, good thing we had Ryan on for 10 minutes so we could miss Howard Stern.
What up, Grouper Lift? How you doing, buddy?
Man, I did call it.
I saw in the chat right before he called that Howard was talking
I
about.
said Las Vegas Mario, and when I was on, I said, he said to him about still talking about your engagement. So, my engagement. Well, that's what Las Vegas Mario said that Howard was talking about the engagement.
All right, Bubba's engagement, right? Yeah. Talking about something he's got a year and a half to talk about.
What up, buddy?
He was just saying after your time, Dr. Dan.
You know what's going on with that, Jonesy? I know that they were trying to put pretty big restrictions on that in Alaska and I think in Boston. And Sound quality is low. Okay. Steve, what up, buddy?
What's up, dog man? Oh. Chip Jones. No, it's not still banned.
It's not.
No, I opened it. That's no crap. There's really no point to ban it. Oh, it was hurt American.
They did, but they were letting the rest of the world was still able to fish them.
Yep. Steve Jenkins, good morning. Chip Jones, good morning. That's what they do.
Dr. Dan's Blue and Onion Maker, what up?
That's true. The Sizzlux was there. The 308 won't move much. It was only a 20-yard shot.
What do you think it was? It had to be a pretty high-test bullet, don't
It's a 308.
It was?
308.
Really?
Yeah. Looks like a 308. It's a 308.
Yeah,
until the Russians got it, Jonesy.
That's why people who don't know about guns, I mean, it looks like their gun makes it look like it's, oh my God, that's some gun, you know what I mean?
The 308 's still a good round. It's a
hunting round,
sniper round. Huh?
Is a 308 a hunting round or a little more?
It's a hunting round.
Okay,
But it's not a Magnum.
Right. But it's not like
It's
some
not-
kind
it's-
of like, you know,
Maybe
they're
Dr.
like
Dan's moving on your
weapons
maker.
of death. You know, like they.
It is.
No, but it's a. Is the round
There's also a
primarily-
7.62, which is the
primarily
military
hunting
version. It's also a very common military round stuff. It's essentially just a 30 caliber short round. Like a 30-06 is a long.
I still love your name, Dr. Dan's Blue and Onion Maker.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show. The manliest alpha man that wears women's deodorant. Welcome back to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
So, Mach, since you got all that set up, we don't have to even haul it outside and set it up out there because you've got it set up and you can see that it works. So we don't have to take any of that outside.
Yeah, we'll just do the test stream after the show.
Yeah. Lummy, I went to engineering and Macho Man already had a camera running through our internet gimmick.
Yeah, they've been working on it all morning.
And broadcasting live on this big-ass TV with a stand. So we know that we'll be live from Latin Sons from 1 to 3 as we debut the Diaco Cash Cube to celebrate our Juneteenth celebration at Latin Sons Barbershop, 2400 MLK South in St. Pete. The event's happening from 1 to 3. There's going to be vendors. There's going to be the Diaco Cash Cube. There's going to be, various other Bubba Army trinkets to hand out.
I mean, we're going to be there.
The prize wheel. All of
Yeah, and you're all
The
going to
whole
be there,
show's
too.
going to be there.
The
Craig and
entire
Rio.
show is going to be there. Rio's going to be there.
If you're into the podcast, so
Dan's going to be there for a little bit. He says he probably has to leave a little bit early for whatever reason. And so, Macho Man, great job. That looks good. Probably need to buy a cheaper TV. Can one of those TVs in the gym, that one over there by...
I checked the 3 that are in the hallway from there, and they do not work.
They do not work.
Yeah,
Hey, can you take that nice ass TV you got and put it here in the studio?
Which... Well,
you guys got too nice of a TV. We need to swap it out.
No, I don't mind you guys having that TV. But Macho Man's like, this TV is already accounted for as part of podcasting land.
Yeah, it's going to go in FMB, I think.
Oh, that's going in FMB?
Yeah, it's the one for the wall.
Oh, okay. Do we have one denoted for the podcasting world?
Not as of yet.
Yeah. Well, I would think that would take precedent over the FMB one, so why couldn't we make the one that was going to be in podcasting land this one? I'm just saying, for a friend. Hello?
I don't know. Good question. He got up and ran away. I think he went to go check FMB for something.
Yeah,
we might have.
FMB might be our last, that's the last thing that we do. We got to get that podcasting world up. And so having this TV in podcasting world makes more sense to me. But what do I know? So, Lummy, all I got to do is line up my truck.
Okay.
And my Crown Vic.
Yep.
Should we set up the tent? You mean set up the tent? Should we set up the tent? Do we need?
I've set up tons of tents.
All right,
It's
so
gonna
we
be hot.
don't-
You're gonna want some shade.
And I don't think we need to set the cash cube up.
No,
We just need to talk about. You know what? Let me. We don't need to go through a dry.
Just where we're gonna put stuff.
I'm just gonna draw it out on a map.
Oh, okay.
Mach found another TV, a better one.
Okay,
It's
perfect.
a smaller Sony. It's the one that I brought in a couple months ago.
All right, perfect. Thank you. Did I pay you for that, or did you just donate
No,
it?
you
or-
bought it.
Oh, I did. Oh,
It was
okay.
$50.
Oh, thanks. I like buying $50 TVs.
That's a hell of a deal.
Don't forget today's podcast, Clem and Kush. Go find it. It's an array of craziness. Lummy, Saturday, you went from Eric Andre. By the way, has anybody got a hold of Alex Stein and told him that I did a hell of a job for him? Like I actually did one. I did one clean in the middle.
Yeah.
I mean, Seth, by wrestling terms, I did one clean in the middle for him. Did I not?
You forced it right in there.
Right.
I mean, Eric Andre said his name.
Right.
He was gonna.
And boy, as much as he bitched me out, and I mean, Seth, you were actually there watching one time when he was just after the show wearing me out.
Yes.
You're like, how can you do this to your good friend? You know what? I'm not nearly as mad as I am disappointed. You know, I got back, and then I got back your Twitter. You were never going to get your Twitter back, and I got it back. And all I asked for was just for you to mention me one time when you had Eric Andre on, and you completely forgot. And don't forget about that one time, and don't forget about that one. I'm so disappointed, and you were supposed to be my friend, and every time I come to see you in Orlando, I eat all your cookies and suck up all your air conditioning and drive all your cars. But other than that, like, we're best of friends. I cannot believe. I mean, he just dressed me down. So let me. I do a job clean in the middle. During my interview with Eric Andre, I actually said, "Hey, I gotta say hi to my guy. Anybody ever heard of Alex Stein? My boy, Alex Stein." Let me. I don't have the actual excerpt, but I think it went something a little like that.
Yeah, something
Yeah,
similar.
kind of close.
Yeah, and so
It's at the 9:52 mark.
Oh, it is?
If you're looking for the timestamp, yeah.
God, you're amazing.
Did you hear from him, Lummy?
I haven't heard nothing from him. Lummy, you haven't heard anything from him.
He said that he needed to come on Thursday, which I got a text, and I think he was going to talk about it then.
Well, how about he should be blowing my phone up as much as he blew my phone up when I made. You know what? When you make a mistake and your friends blow your phone up, that's okay because you deserve it. You messed up. But when you do good, blow my phone up too. Like, Dan, how many people blow your phone up when they're sick?
All the time.
But how many people have gotten better and blew that phone call up and maybe said, "Hey, Dan, you know what? Thank you. And here's a gift certificate to, wherever the hell, some fancy place like you wanted to go to."
Ironically, the last asshole that called me up and said thank you was Seth and his family. So thank you, Seth, for doing that.
Thank you. I left out the gift card part, Bubba,
That's all
because
right.
Dan's got everything.
I don't
but-
need a gift card, but just to thank you. It's amazing, though, Bubba,
Thank yous
because
are what matters.
of the 550 people I treated, I got fewer than 50 thank yous, sincere thank yous. And I got one from Seth. I got one from you, Bubba, and your family, and Lummy, and everybody. But Seth was the most recent one. And before Seth, I had gone a good 15, 20 people without anyone saying Jack Mama Nip to me. So
They call him every day when they're not feeling
They
well.
always
As soon
call
as
me
they
when there's
feel
a
better.
problem.
It's 5:20, and you better get that called into prescription immediately.
Bubba, I told you when I thought that Dan was going to murder me, because when he came up to me, he goes, this was like last week. He's like, he looked at me for like 2-3 seconds, didn't say anything. He goes, "I just want to let you know that I get thanked about less than 10% of the time. And you and your wife thanked me with that thank you note. And I just want to let you know I appreciate that, because no one ever says thank you." And I was like, wow, I could really tell that you appreciate it. And I could tell that it bothers you that people, just use you.
And I want to say thank you to Dan Rose for giving me a thank you gift, too. Thank you, Dan.
But anyway, that I
Thank
feel
your doctors,
I feel
everybody.
Like, I feel like Bubba I feel like Bubba Diaco here, where I really did a job for Alex. I screwed up. I made it right. And I had to hear about it for 4 days after I screwed up, but I can't even get like a little, "Hey, man, saw the Eric Andre put over. Thank you. Great job."
He did leave you a comment on the announcement on your engagement yesterday. He did say congratulations.
Lummy, it still says on our PayPal that they're reviewing my information, but Bradley Cruz was able to send me $50.
Oh, it's kind of like Cash App where they'll take the money.
Yeah, you know what? They're going to probably end up taking all this and then say, you know what? We're going to restore your account, but they're going to take it all.
But you don't get your money?
Yeah.
Now PayPal's cool, but they're going to make it right.
Yeah, let me see if it allows me to transfer to my bank yet. Let me.
Do you think that Stein wasn't happy with how the shout out went?
Well, I think
it was quick.
I think within. Hold on. Tell me what on the Eric Andre stage wasn't quick.
That's true.
I mean, there wasn't any moment where it wasn't just like everybody was on methamphetamine.
That's true. I can't believe
like
we were only there for...
It's like, before you went on stage, you did like 2 rails of cocaine and went out there and just was shot out of a cannon.
I think his first line was, "Man, I got some bad cocaine in Ybor City."
I mean, the whole thing was just. I participated in it, and I can't even. It was just a big whirlwind for me.
Did you watch it back at all?
No, I've not watched it back. So anyway, the Merch Crick and I were already, kind of engaged, and we had some plans about doing it in Warsaw.
Nice.
And so when Eric Andre publicly told me that I needed to ask her to marry me or show my penis, I really wish I would have known, because I would have got a prosthetic. I would have not, thank God I didn't get on bended knee. I would have really looked like a pussy. But, thank God I didn't have a prosthetic, because Merch Crick wouldn't have gotten engaged that weekend.
Nope.
Because we're already engaged. I would have told her, don't get heat with me because I didn't do it. We already have some loose-knit plans as to what we got going on here.
Which I'm hoping to tighten up here over the next couple weeks.
So at the end of the day, Howard now is talking about it, and everybody is talking about the fact that Merch Crick and I are getting married. So let me tell me, as you participated on Friday, I think you would stick up for me. You're kind of my liaison with Alex Stein.
Yeah.
And I hope that you said to Alex, "Hey, Bubba, with what he had to work with, said your name on stage, asked Eric Andre if he'd ever heard of you, and put you over."
Oh yeah, no, I told him. Plus, he knows how he's a fan of Eric Andre. Knows how fast it is. So.
Man,
I'm just surprised. I mean, I'm surprised he hasn't texted you, because I know obviously he's coming Thursday. And
Zeth, have you heard from Eric Andre's people?
No, I sent them an email yesterday. I did not hear back at all. But remember, they weren't getting back to us when we needed them the most, Bubba.
Yeah,
so.
we were in the middle of just confirming our gig, and they wouldn't get back to us.
But now when I see how a show goes, I can see why they might take a couple days in between getting back to people.
Right.
Like rapid fire?
Yeah, who knows what Eric Andre has them doing.
It's hard telling.
What he has a producer doing throughout the day.
So, Lummy, you participated Saturday on Havoc and Hayes.
Yes.
We have discussed that if you're going to do anything more for the CCW, that they let me in on it a little bit. Not that I have to work or participate, but I want to be able to promote what my guy's doing.
Yes.
As it looks like I'm handing the pro wrestling torch off to you now.
Oh, thank you.
You're within the show.
He's the show wrestler.
You're the pro wrestling guy.
Do you approve his deal, Bubba?
Well, I'm his Vince McMahon.
Yes, of course.
So, Lummy, here's the deal. I need to get with the promoter and see how they're using you, and then maybe offer my opinion of well, I mean,
it's valid. No, it's valid.
Hold
It's
on.
valid. Don't laugh.
I don't know who's booking this, but Lummy, do you think that they have? I mean, I think that within the knowing like my whole show's pro wrestling.
Of course.
My whole life's pro wrestling.
You don't even watch pro wrestling.
I don't have to.
He lived it.
I lived. I
He's
did.
lived it for 30 years.
Bret Hart.
No, but I mean, you got to understand. For 3 or 4 years, I went to every WCW and every WWE and F event with Hogan. So, I
respect you, Bubba. I'm sorry.
I got a lot of tenure in the business, and I could probably offer some insight if the guy's like, you know what? Listen, we're gonna have Warren throw in a chair during the two most over people, the two baby, whatever, the main event. I'm gonna have your guy just throw in a chair. I would have been like.
No, there's a little more. I
mean, they kind of jobbed you out a little bit.
I could talk to you off the air about how they're kind of looking at it in the next couple months.
Long-term
storytelling. What I'm saying, Lummy, is like I don't want them just jobbing you out where your only responsibility of the night is to throw in a chair for a guy to hit over a guy. Like that's jobbing you out. I want you in there. I want you getting some hard way juice. I want you giving juice. I want you throwing taters.
Yeah, no, that's all in the works for the next couple ones.
Well, I don't think Lummy told you, but those guys were thoroughly impressed in how he sold that kick to the head a couple of weeks ago.
The reason why he sold it is because it was about the biggest potato I'd ever seen in my life.
They legitimately pulled him aside the other night.
It's easy to sell it's easy to sell a spud. I mean, God, human nature.
I mean, they pulled me aside and said, "Man, you really sold it."
When they hit you in the head for real, I mean, you can't help but sell it.
It looked like it hurt.
I was gonna say they're gonna start throwing chairs inside there.
So, Lummy, if you, what did you do this past Saturday at Havoc and Hayes, the live pro wrestling event, CCW with Gangrel?
On this one with Gangrel, we were the main event. I kind of was on the side, kind of interfering here and there with the match, getting either the ref or Gangrel when he would drop or grab his leg or do things like that. And then toward the end, Gangrel won. I got a chair, threw it over after I went after Gangrel, and then Danny Briggs, the guy I'm with, nut grabbed Gangrel. I got out, grabbed the chair, threw it in, and then he hurt Gangrel's knee pretty bad, and the rest of the back came out and came after us.
Were you on Gangrel's team or no?
No, I was not on Gangrel's
team. So you were
team.
happy to see him laid out there?
See, Gangrel was obviously the baby. It looks like they're trying to shoot a heel angle with Lummy.
Yes.
They trying to shoot a heel angle with you?
Yep.
I kind of would like you to be a baby face.
Yeah, but that's to be expected.
Yeah.
Hello?
Not be a dick.
Bubba the Love Sponge, Joe the Supermarket.
Hey, Joe.
I agree with you with what you exactly just said, that Lummy from the beginning should have been put over as a babyface because everybody in the crowd is cheering him anyways.
Like they've completely mishandled.
The first one. Can I just say something to the super wrestling guy?
Lummy, I'm the super wrestling guy.
No, I'm talking about Joe because he's
and this is a good friend who knows a lot about the business.
Well, you didn't. I saw in the beginning.
So I don't know why they're trying to turn you heel.
Because the first match, that's what was expected. Like Red said, it's a babyface. Everyone cheered. I came out. Everyone was all happy. And then the second one was where the turn with the heel.
You don't turn the guy after one appearance.
No, but the guy that I was with, and they go against Gangrel.
They should have been. No. They should have had. You know what they should have done, Lummy and Joe? Watch me book this, and you tell me if I'm 100% right.
Make me be a
okay,
babyface.
Lummy comes out.
I'm ready.
Lummy comes out with the heel. The heel gets Gangrel in a vicarious situation. Lummy turns on his partner and helps Gangrel spud the heel, and now Lummy has remained babyface as he actually helps Gangrel go over. That's what they do.
But then every time I just help other people?
No, Lummy, but you helped Gangrel go over, so now you're well liked. And then when it makes sense to turn your heel, you turn your heel. But you don't turn your heel on a guy that is coming from the WWF and working this independent show, which is a big name. You don't want to go heel on that guy. You want to be baby on that guy. That guy's over. That guy's in the business. That guy is, a recognized name. They don't turn your heel on that guy.
More people like heel in this thing.
I understand more people. If you're a good heel, more people will like you. But Lummy, it's not ready for a heel turn after 1 week in the business.
I kind of like being the heel. I like telling people to F off.
I mean,
are you having fun, Lummy?
Joe,
I actually like telling people to F off and
do you agree? I mean, he's got to come. He's the radio guy. He's got to be the baby right now. You turn him heel later when it makes sense.
He said he likes it though, Bubba.
When you bring in a name, when you bring in especially somebody from radio entertainment, they have to be the babyface. They can't be the heel unless it's somebody that's naturally a heel. Now let me say that,
like Andy Kaufman, he was a heel. There's there's been some radio people that made sense to be heels, but Lummy is
that guy that smoked cigarettes. He came out of WrestleMania 5 and Roddy Piper sprayed him with the fire extinguisher. Who's the biggest jerk comedian on the face of the planet at the time? I can't remember his name.
Oh, Andrew Dice Clay.
No, somebody even worse than that, like a skinny.
Oh no, Morton Downey Jr.
Yeah. Oh, he's gross. So here's the thing. Everything that Lummy's doing is physically perfect for what they're using him for. They're minimally using him for this and that, in and out, and everything that he's doing is fine. Now, here's what the problem is. It's not Lummy's fault. It's the booking. The booking makes no sense. From match one, nobody knew if Jay Vidal or if Danny was the baby face or the heel, so nobody knew who to cheer for. Now, meanwhile, Lummy's cheating on the outside, but then people are supposed to cheer for. It's just a mess.
It's a mess. It's a complete mess.
But they had a chance to fix it now. Like you said, perfectly. They could have had Lummy come back with Danny. He's the heel this time.
Right. Danny's double dog, doing some dirty stuff to Gangrel.
That's what we did.
Gangrel's about ready to get pinned. Lummy does a run in, puts the boots over to Danny, puts the boots to Danny, throws Danny out. Boom. Gangrel takes Danny, covers him up 1, 2, 3. Boom. They come. We're going home.
Hey, I could even say, and everything that Danny and Gangrel did, especially for the finish, was just a small package. It's so baseline simple, and it's fine for an independent show. But with Lummy's involvement, what they could have done was Lummy could have went to, like, Danny gives him the chair, and he's going to swing it. Of course, he's holding him. Gangrel moves, accidentally tags Danny. Yippee-yo.
Yeah.
Gets tossed out of the ring. We still get the finish. Gangrel goes over. Now, at the end, Danny's hot at Lummy for accidentally hitting him with the chair.
Yeah.
Danny turns on Lummy. Lummy comes back strong as a baby. Gangrel and Lummy versus Danny and a partner of his team.
Yeah, exactly, Lummy.
Booking.
Lummy,
Dude, look, he's got
that's
the narrative.
booking 101.
That's the storyboard right
Although
there.
when Gangrel's not going to be there for a couple months, it's a little difficult.
Danny
fight.
holds Gangrel right there. You're getting ready to chair shot Gangrel. Boom, you go. Gangrel ducks out. You hit Danny. Danny goes down. Boom, Gangrel covers him 1, 2, 3. Danny gets up. He's full hot at you. And so he takes a hack at you, knocks you down. Gangrel gives him some sweet chin music. Boom, he goes down. Now it's you and Gangrel versus Danny and some other jobber.
Well, that's the problem when Gangrel's not going to be around for a little bit.
Oh, okay.
So you got to kind of work with who you're with, and
Whatever.
Danny's going to be there.
Anyway, Joe,
Joe,
I got to let you go, but you nailed it, buddy. You absolutely nailed it.
Thank you, guys.
See you later. Lumby, we have to go into commercials. What were you going to say? I think they're misusing you. They don't realize what they're doing with you.
I'll just become a baby face and everyone will like me.
Are you tired of all the quarterback writers, Lummy?
No, not at all.
Or armchair. Yeah.
Hold on.
Bubba's my Vince McMahon.
But hold on. Here's the deal. Like, how can that would be like?
You're my Vince McMahon.
That would be like, Dan being mad at Norman Cannella Sr. at some legal posturing or some legal, Norm Cannella Sr., even you, Jay, would be like, that's a very seasoned veteran
I'm listening.
that knows his way around the courtroom, right?
For sure.
So, and even you, who've had hundreds of trials, if Norman Cannella Sr. went, Jay, I'm telling you, you need to do it this way and that way, you'd be like, Norman, I think I'm walking with you, buddy. So, like, Lummy.
Yes.
I can't have a rookie attorney telling, me, a Supreme Court justice, on what to do, buddy, with regards to my knowledge for the business compared to your knowledge for the business.
I never questioned you. I said you're my Vince McMahon.
Well, I need to talk to the booker.
For something I didn't say.
I need to talk to the booker, and then be like, listen, Lummy doesn't need to go over as a heel. He needs to be a baby.
So are you going to book it? Are you going to come out and watch the match?
Yeah, well, maybe, perhaps.
So you want me to
worth watching.
So you want me to become a baby
Don't
face.
get me out there, because the fans will all start popping on me, wanting me to get involved.
Well, that's when you'll get involved in the audience.
Then I got to jump over the railing and jump in and go ahead and clean house on everybody.
And we know they're not paying your $5,000 show fee.
Yeah, I mean, Lummy, they're not. It's $5,000 for me to do that.
Yeah, of course.
And that's more they're paying Gangrel.
Probably.
Please.
Are you getting taken care of, Lummy, for your appearance?
No, they're just
I'm just bar
tab.
Yeah, bar tab.
He's just a bar tab.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge show will be back after this.
Thank you. Lummy, I'm not trying to get involved in
I got autographs.
Your business
Let me go
dealings.
back and get autographs.
8x10s.
No. I get 4x6s. You only get the small pictures.
I think your writing's a little rusty. I mean, honestly, if Gangrel asked to see your resume and you're like, well, I was hanging out with Hogan for 4 or 5 years straight.
Gangrel would know who I am, first of all.
Well, I know, but I'm saying he's not.
And Gangrel's not going to ask for my fucking resume. We're going to be able to fucking talk about a few cities that we saw each other in.
And Gangrel's going to just go, I'd like to hear what your take on this whole thing.
Yeah, I would have said, hey, Gangrel, man, they had you wrap the guy up in a small package when you could have fucking done a high spot with my guy and ducked the fucking chair. Danny gets hit and fucking sputtered with the chair. You go down, cover Gangrel for the quick 1, 2, 3, and then raise my guy's hand up that helped you. And now we got to come back with something. We have something to come back with.
Danny noticed that. Thank you, Jeff.
Rather than just fucking a small package and a 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, you're right. I didn't know about the small package gimmick.
Yeah, that's how they fucking they finished it with a small package.
No, you don't do that.
No,
not in a main event.
No.
Play ski ball. How's everyone doing?
I'm wound. I got to do 2 podcasts today. I got to stay alert.
You know
Well, that's why we're going to talk to you outside, so I can tell you what their thing is before you.
You have a long-term plan before you just jump in with some short-term.
Well, no. Before you talk to them, so you see what they're saying.
Well, I mean, I trust the direction they're going in. I think that.
But listen, Bubba's Vince McMahon, so I mean, if he could.
What a POS 83.
If he could hear what they want to do and maybe help me tell them to change it.
This is like Hogan sitting down and giving his opinion on porn because he was the star of one video. You know, I mean, like he doesn't know about the industry.
Bubba's like when
for sure.
When Hogan wrote out the whole match with him and Andre the Giant.
He had a match. Bubba had one match with the Killer Bees in the Mississippi Territory. I mean,
the Assassins.
Camper Scott, what up? Steve Jenkins.
I mean, I don't want to disparage the man's wrestling career.
I've had 20 matches.
Yeah, Best Boy.
20.
How many were televised?
Group of Lips and Nick gave me the funniest. Mike.
Oh, you don't know?
No, I don't.
Few. Rookie. Brad said it.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Shit.
You guys talk about money. I remember I had it in the car.
What a guy.
Sorry, buddy.
What's up?
Money.
Yeah, pro wrestler.
Money.
Bubba knows what he's talking about.
Don't try to look at it the amount.
I know. I just wanted to make the Hogan porno reference.
That was a good one.
Thank you. I felt good about it. I gotta stop looking at this flyer though, Bubba. You gotta put something else up on your. I've been looking at Gangrel for 3 hours.
I know, with
minutes.
that tongue of his.
Seriously. And every time I look at the damn picture, I can't find Lummy. I lose him every damn time.
I can't stop seeing him. All I see is the tongue and Lummy.
I think he should have been bigger if we're just if we're giving opinions.
I should have been right in the middle.
I think you should. I think it should say Lummy from I know
That's
it's
just one of the fighters. There's other fighters.
The reason it's good because right where the word H starts, Havoc, you see his face right above.
No, like there's no branding.
There is.
No,
This is just one of them.
Right, sure, right.
There should be a chevron somewhere.
I got the flyers in my truck.
Yeah, we got it.
It says Lummy from the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
You got paper flyers?
They're actually.
That's the way they still do it.
Well, no, you got old school flyers like that I can put in my hand.
Yeah.
Well, let's autograph them and get those fuckers up on eBay.
That's right.
Seriously.
Yeah.
I probably get,
our two shoes up in our shoes up in are they on eBay still?
Let me see. They were as of Sunday.
Gary Cantrell needs a size 14.
1,200 and 1,800.
I don't know why he's getting stiff armed on that.
Size what?
14.
We don't have any.
What the fuck?
We don't have any 14s.
Oh shit, man.
They are still up there, Bubba. 1,800. Oh, there's one. Oh, okay. It looks like the $1,200 one is gone, and this one is $800 now.
Or just tell me on the air.
Yes, sir.
Wow.
I mean, times are so tight that I have to deposit checks immediately when I get them.
I thought things were good. I thought each month is on the up.
Well, I mean, you said summer months are slow.
Oh, I was just asking as far as not money.
He's been more faithful to the Packers than to his own wife. Yes. Welcome back to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Just for your knowledge and probably Macho Man's knowledge too, I just got a request from the purchasing department here at the BRN. You know, we have a very elaborate checks and balances now, so we won't get robbed again.
Yeah.
And I guess you need a new laptop.
Yes.
And so
we're doing a swap.
What's that?
We're doing a swap because his current one's having issues.
Merch Crick just made the purchase that you needed.
Oh, thank you.
She just wanted me to know that you're going to. Yeah, there you go. So let me to close this out. You basically were with Bad Billy. Is that who it is?
Danny Briggs.
Danny Briggs.
Which actually, Danny Briggs was the one that Pat McAfee wrestled with when he first started.
So Danny Briggs was wrestling Gangrel.
Yes.
In this CCW main event this past Saturday.
Yes.
And you're Danny Butch's like valet.
Danny Briggs is.
You're Danny Briggs's valet. Now,
Yeah.
do you wear like a Bubba Army shirt?
Of course I do.
Okay. And is there any footage of this said pro wrestling high spot?
Yeah, we're getting the main footage from them, and Rhett was there on the side, following me around and getting all footage.
Yeah, Rhett was a very busy beaver following us all around this weekend.
And it went live on Locals.
And Rhett, thank you very much. You did a great job on the very good job on the Eric Andre thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
For that.
It was stressful, but we figured it out.
So let me, Gangrel and Danny Bridge are fighting, and what happens?
Danny Briggs and Gangrel. Danny Briggs, they were both going back and forth. Obviously, at the end, Danny Briggs pretty much. He twisted his ankle in real life and kind of ended a little early. And Gangrel
Did he tell the referee let's go home?
Yeah. And then
so he twisted his ankle.
Yeah. So Gangrel put him in his move.
Did you hear it, Lummy? Did you hear him say like finish it up or something?
Let's go home.
Yep, he said let's go home.
Well, that's what they call it. That's what they say. Let's go home. So he said let's go home. So what? Gangrel just rolled him up in a small package.
Yeah, pretty much. Actually got him up, put him in his finishing move, and that's when I came in and then got the chair and stuff like that.
You did the interference.
Correct.
And then who ended up going over? Who won?
Gangrel did. He's still the champion.
So he took the chair that you threw in and used it against Danny Boy?
No. I threw it into Danny Briggs. He got up and kind of limped over, got the chair when I threw it in.
Right. And then what happened? Then Gangrel took the chair away from him and gave him the good news?
No, Gangrel already tapped. This was after the match was over.
Oh, this was the shiz storm, the big whodunit afterwards.
Yeah, and then Briggs started hitting him in the knee because Gangrel was going to be out for a little bit, I guess.
Right.
Yeah.
Gangrel's taking his family to the Bahamas, so not available for 2 months.
Yeah.
So now, are you going to take me aside and tell me where they're going with this?
Yeah.
Okay. Because now, if I think where they're going with this is dumb, do I have any input on how they use my character?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
100%. I would love to hear what you have to say about it.
All right. So now I think may have been, was it yesterday we talked about the lovely Miss Alabama? Remember
last week? I think.
Yeah, it was last
Friday.
week.
It was Friday.
Was it last week?
Yeah.
So Alabama, they put in this, Miss Alabama. In the Miss USA teen competition or in the Miss America, I don't know. I think this might be a different genre. I think Miss Tennessee is actually going to be in the Miss America contest. That big.
Oh, that was Miss Alabama.
Miss Alabama. Yeah, Miss Alabama is going
to
to actually be in. And God, there's so many hot chicks in Alabama that you could choose from. Well, this is Miss Teen. And Miss Teen of Maryland is a boy, and that's I think
really?
Genetically, I think Bailey is a man.
You think?
And that's how woke our country is that now beauty contests that have now. Don't they have male beauty contests like Mr. America and I guess it's all bodybuilding, but I don't think they have actually contests. Like, think about this. We've grown up on like Miss Teen USA, Miss America, Miss Universe. They don't ever have Mr. competitions like for good-looking men. Like, you know, guys who look like Dan and Jimmy and Jay and
this is not good for your
Well,
gay
they're like
thing.
Eagle Scouts, is what it is.
But I'm saying,
if
like,
you're
they-
trying to do that type of stuff and get scholarships and get on to college and stuff, it's like Eagle Scouts. You're not. It's not a pageant.
I know,
for,
but we should,
for a boy.
But we should have a pageant for men.
No,
for
we're
good,
good.
for
No, I don't
good-looking
think
men.
so.
For good-looking men. Did you know I'm Mr. USA? Really? I mean, you look like George Clooney. I can see why, my friend. Like Jimmy, he would be Mr. USA material, would he not? Very refined, very good-looking, takes care of himself, in shape.
Why don't you start Mr. Bubba 2024?
No.
And we just find the hottest dude in the area and go from there.
No, it's
see if
okay.
anybody wants to buy our franchise. Mr. Bubba.
So, Lummy, the Miss Maryland competition was this past weekend, and and this is the person that goes to the Miss Teen USA competition representing Maryland.
Yeah.
And here's a video from it.
Would you like to introduce yourself for the very first time?
Hi, Andrea. My name is Bailey Ann, and I'm Miss Maryland USA 2024.
You are making history in so many ways tonight. You were just crowned Miss Maryland USA on the very first day of Pride Month. What does that symbolize for you?
It symbolizes everything because, as we all know, MUO has now celebrated women universally, no matter their age, no matter their gender, or...
Hold on. We're celebrating women universally, no matter their gender. Well, how can you celebrate a woman if you're, and say, hey, women kick ass, women can't, and there's a dude. That's like disrespectful to real women, ain't it?
For sure, someone lost a spot right there.
Yeah.
A woman lost
their
a
marital
scholarship
status.
there.
And as a military spouse and as a proud trans woman, I hope to display this and
Hey, hold on. It's a military spouse and a proud trans woman. Look at
their marital status. And as a military spouse and as a proud trans woman, I hope to display this in a positive light. And as an
Do you think the hormones that she may be taking might be messing up with her voice? Like she's getting like a Robert Kennedy gimmick?
No, I think that she was a man that's a woman, and the voice probably is something that gets a little scratchy along the way.
Yeah, voice box. I don't know how much they can change
as
that.
a proud trans woman, I hope to
So you're saying when you're a man, Seth, and some of the hormones you're taking, along with trying to talk like a woman, might come across a little slurred.
I mean, I sound like this as barely a man, Bubba. What would I sound like as a woman?
I don't know.
Like that?
same way?
Exactly like her.
And as a proud trans woman, I hope to display this in a positive light. And as an immigrant myself, the immigrant tenacity, I hope to showcase that to people.
Immigrant tenacity.
Would you like to introduce yourself?
There we go. So Miss Alabama is a big girl, like, big girl. And Alabama's trying to get cute. Can you imagine that we're so woke as a country that we actually vote Miss Alabama as Miss USA and send her
that you can no longer be a hot woman and win Miss America
and send her to the Miss Universe competition, and this big 340-pound African American girl is who represents our country. Man, I'm telling you, man.
Well, I mean, they're just representing Alabama.
No. If she goes to the
right, no, but I mean, I don't think she's gonna win.
Well, I mean, Miss
you don't
Maryland.
know.
It's between her and Miss Maryland.
Miss Maryland could win too.
We may have our first transgender immigrant.
I think they've already
spouse,
had. Hold on.
Military
I think they've already had the very first transgender beauty contestant winner. I think that's already happened.
I think it was international.
Yeah. Some kind of international deal. And she was hot as, though she had a ween. She was hot as hell.
Someone saying 2023 Miss Puerto Rico.
Yeah, let me look up 2023 Miss Puerto Rico. And supposedly, man, if you weren't on top of your game and you had your beer goggles on, you might make
Bubba, is it weird to act outraged about this if we wouldn't even know these events were happening if it wasn't for an overweight woman and a trans woman that were participating in these events? Like, would we even know that?
You mean you're saying these are good for the events?
I'm not saying it's good, but I'm saying like we wouldn't even know these events were happening.
No, it makes me mad at the event because I think it delegitimizes the event.
It was Miss Portugal.
Find her for
and
me.
I just sent you.
Thank you. So, I mean, Seth, what I think is, I think it kind of delegitimizes the event in itself, and be like, okay, hold on, you're Miss. You're Miss. It's the Miss USA competition, and you're putting a 400-pound African American girl in there. What do I got to do here?
Should be able to just click off of it.
Well, you remember, I mean, this Miss America was always relevant in, pop culture. You remember when Vanessa Williams, it was a big deal for African American. She was in
she
Playboy,
was the best.
And then she was out because she was in Playboy. That was it.
They threw her out just because she showed her knockers. That's it.
Now you can have a dong.
Now you can have a dong. Yeah, you can see, Lummy. It keeps.
Was that the one that Donald Trump ran? The Miss America? Or did he
did for a while.
Okay, he owned the franchise for a little bit. Okay, let me just send me a different one.
Yeah, just Miss Portugal pictures.
All right. So this is now. She was Miss Portugal
2023.
Did she win anything, or did she just win Miss Portugal?
It looks like she was Miss Universe. She was in the Miss Universe contest, but she did not win.
Are we sure that that's not a full woman?
She is the first Portuguese transgender woman.
She looks like a full-on woman to me. I'm gonna have to inspect further.
I mean, I'm just telling you, man. If I'm at a bar, and I'm talking to her.
Oh, that's tricky. That's.
I mean, I'm at a bar and I'm talking to her.
We're going home.
And I'm talking to her. We are going home, and I may have an unbelievable discovery once we start fooling around.
Well, it doesn't look like she's got a ween. Looks like that's gone.
Would it make a difference to
We
you
don't
if they
know.
were fully committed, Seth?
Lummy, can you
if they
see
were fully committed down low, does that make a difference?
Lummy, can you see if Miss Portugal's got a ween?
I'm looking.
Because can you imagine if she had a ween?
If not, she tucked it at
She
Target
tucked it well.
She did some
they
amazing
can tuck.
tucking.
There's a lot of skill in tucking. I mean, and here's the deal: if you're at a bar and old girl's trying to take you home, that right there. Please.
Well, that doctor should be doing all of the transgendered surgeries around the world if he was able to make a man into that lovely lady.
But I don't know. Like, I think maybe that might still have a ween.
So she's even got like women's hips. That's the
Miss Portugal's hot.
Bubba, where's the ween on this woman?
I don't know. Can you let me?
Hey,
Hey, Alexa.
We talk about ween so much.
Does
People are
Miss
right.
Portugal have a penis?
I missed something. Can you say it again?
Does Miss Portugal have a penis?
Sorry, I'm not sure about that.
Neither are we, and we're trying to figure it out.
What about Miss South Africa 2021?
Is she the same?
What about 2020 Miss Nepal?
Let me start.
This is what the chat's saying.
I mean, I can literally type in here.
Well, I typed in, does Marina Machete Reese have a penis?
Oh, you did?
Yes, many times.
Save that for your new laptop, pervert.
And let me. What do they say?
It's not clear. There's just one article that says make Miss Universe all female again, and then her saying that she's had surgeries but hasn't elaborated on what type of surgery.
Now, the question should be, has she had bottom surgery? If you put that in there, has Miss Portugal had bottom surgery?
Well, Miss Brazil, look at her.
Because if you say the penis quote, I don't think you're going to get it from Google. They have to put the right query in there.
Yeah. Let me say, has Miss Portugal had bottom surgery? Maybe I'll ask Alexa.
Yes, she has had it.
Okay.
Oh, so
she's fully committed.
So they banana splitted her wiener and made a. That's how they do it. Dan will tell you.
I know, Bubba. It's very unsettling.
They banana split your wiener.
I know.
And then they go get some skin, from your forearm or something, and like
Skin Depot.
At Skin Depot. You order it from Amazon. Your skin comes in. Jeez. They make you labia for you.
I bring in a fleshlight and say, just glue this thing on me instead of spreading my ween.
Just drill a hole in my pelvic region and insert this fleshlight. Spray paint it to my body tone, and let's call it a day. I think that's how you roll.
Bubba, out of all the amazing things that they can do with medicine, turning private parts into the opposite ones, it completely blows my mind.
Dr. Mark is an expert at it. Like Dr. Mark, I don't know if he's an expert at turning guys into girls, but I think he's an expert at building wieners.
Oh my goodness.
And he takes like women that want to turn the vagina into a wiener. That's a harder surgery than a guy that wants to turn his wiener into a vagina. Like, that's supposedly a walk in the park compared to turning your vagina into a wiener.
I see why a lot of people put off the bottom surgery now.
Yeah, I don't even have enough to be like to get
You'd
in the
have
way.
like one set of lips, no two, one lady.
I don't know. I'd be a very tight girl. Just I don't have a lot.
You don't have enough skin to make a full one.
Yeah, like I don't have a lot of vagina. Like there's some. I mean, like my vagina couldn't, have a kid come out of it or nothing.
God, no.
You know
Your
what I'm
eggs
saying?
are really expired, Bubba.
Florida Senator Rick Scott says that he's going to vote against recreational pot after his brother's death. Well, you know what? Listen, thank God it's not a congressional or Senate thing, because you only got one vote. Maybe your creepy ass family that votes. Also, I think he lives in Collier County. But anyway,
man, he just has been shooting up the ranks in Florida.
I hate this guy. He's trying to be the next president.
He's such a nerd.
He's trying to be in charge of the Senate.
Here's what he's trying to do, Jay, is he's trying to right now start pressing the gas, knowing that in 4 years there's going to be the GOP.
He's probably up in 2 years.
There
right?
could be a majority in 2024 if the Senate takes if we take the House and the Senate again. He's one of the guys that wants to go up against Mitch McConnell and be in charge of the Senate.
Right.
So this guy wants his national desires. He's power hungry, not just for Florida. He's power hungry nationally.
2-time governor. And here's what I don't understand. Here's a guy. This guy right here, Rick Scott. He has the highest single fine that our federal government has ever levied on a private business. He has the largest fine. He was the CEO and I think maybe even a large significant of ownership in this healthcare healthcare industry that he ran. I don't know if it was hospitals or it was emergency clinic or something like that. He was the CEO. And they committed so much Medicare fraud and overbilled the government so bad that I don't know, Jay, I don't understand how he didn't end up in prison.
Yep.
But his company paid, I think it was a $3 billion or a $30 billion fine to the U.S. government. Now, how can a guy that has the largest single, that would be like me, I have the largest single fine. That'd be like me being the head of the FCC.
Right.
I have the largest single fine of the FCC. Well, I probably could run the FCC, but I'm just saying, talk about money completely buying your way to the top.
Well, he was CEO of Columbia HCA Hospitals, and the company was fined $1.7 billion for Medicare fraud.
Yes, on his watch.
And I'm not sure the exact number, but I think he pled the fifth 500 times in his deposition.
He did. And
how has he just sailed through Florida? I mean, honestly,
and then he put $78 million of his own money for his first run of governor. Yep. Completely outspent everybody. He has a speech impediment. He's like,
he pled the fifth 75 times.
Pled the fifth 75 times. Buys his way to the first governorship. Buys his way to the second governorship. Then buys his way to a state senator. And for some reason, we just, as Floridians, just look the other way.
But Trump should go to jail for 32 checks.
I don't understand. This guy, why we give this guy a pass? Why we give Rick Scott a pass? I cannot understand why.
Is it just one of those names that everybody's familiar with? So when they go vote, they're just like, "Oh, Rick Scott." Here,
John Smith.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like it because it doesn't seem like anybody is passionate one way or another about him. But it seems like most people you talk to, no matter what side they're on, they don't like the guy.
Republican, yeah. For some reason, he just buys grandma's vote. Rick Scott, Senator of Florida, says he'll be voting in November against the ballot amendment to legalize recreational marijuana in his state, a deeply personal decision based on his brother's long history of addiction. I promise you that your brother's addiction to weed didn't kill him. Now, it may have opened up his eyes to be able to get into some crack or some fentanyl or some heroin, but weed I don't know of anybody that's died from an overdose of weed.
No, but look also what he's doing. He's bringing up his dead brother who got jail time in 1990 for misdemeanor drug. I mean, that's like, who didn't in 1990?
The senator and former governor of Florida said he watched his brother Roger began smoking marijuana as a teenager and then struggle with substance abuse for the rest of his life. It sounds like at least Mr. and Mrs. Scott had one cool son. I mean, right? Somebody just needed to keep their thumb a little tighter on Raj, and he'd be out there partying with us. People end up
But he
with
didn't die
addictive.
from drug abuse. Look at the paragraph. When he died in April at 67, the cause wasn't substance abuse. So what are you bringing up your dead brother for? I think it's so narcissistic when people do this.
When Roger Scott died in 1967, the cause.
At 67.
At 67. Hold on. The next line says it all. The cause wasn't substance abuse.
Right.
But rather a life of drugs and alcohol, says
No, Bubba, I mean, here's the
Rick
thing.
Scott.
He's clearly against marijuana for whatever reasons, whether it's the special interest groups, whether it's whatever. You know, he's against it. And when you go and say, I'm doing this because of my late brother, not a lot of people are going to challenge you on it. So I think that he wanted to make sure that he gave a reason because he's in the vast minority on the weed scenario.
I would say good luck to you, buddy.
You're right,
we
but
got John Morgan.
Crappy
on
reason.
the other side saying, "Man, weed's cool. I smoke a joint in Hawaii over the stars. I take a gummy every night before I go to bed. I think it's made me better." Oh, by the way, did you know that we won $30 million in cases last week alone? So marijuana ain't doing me so bad now, buddy.
Well, you know, I saw an interesting thing on Fox last night. Of all things, Fox News. They were talking about the federal government trying to limit the restriction of a Class 1 narcotic for marijuana back down to a Class 1. And they were showing the medicinal properties and how it's affecting old people who've been chronically medicated, narcotic pain medication, and that there's a huge amount of population over 65 that are actually getting a ton of relief from this, whether it's during chemotherapy, whether it's during other types of epileptic
Let me
seizures
get to
and
Mel
things.
Carpenter for 100.
It's unbelievable. And what I didn't realize is if they declassify it from 1 to 3, Seth, they can actually they could do more research. Because right now, it's really illegal for academic institutions to do research on the medicinal properties of marijuana.
Well,
and
did
so
you
by
miss the Mel
recategorizing
Carpenter?
it,
That's Melissa
not only will it
Carpenter. That
make
was a
it
while ago.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Not only will it won't be illegal anymore, it's now categorized above heroin and cocaine as a Class 1 narcotic. Cocaine's Class 2. They want to make it Class 3. Now, if you're intellectually honest, that's probably the right thing for it. And then it's no longer federally criminalized.
Codings for Less, 25 on the Cash App.
And I think our PayPal is back as well at the Bubba Army.
Thank you.
Don't forget Clem and Kush, your podcast deal. Go get it wherever you download your podcast stuff. It's just search the Bubba Army.
Jay gave a great breakdown of the weed thing while you're talking.
I know he did. I was letting him. That's why I didn't interject. I have to go to words, but I wanted him to get it all in. Did you get it all in, Jay?
I think so. If you allow me to do it, I believe so. I just think that you got to be honest about it now.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
CBD oil and giving me stuff like that, the times had changed. Because when I was a kid, we were pretty sure if my mom ever saw any one of us getting high that she was going to put us in jail. That she would call the police. Yeah, and she's completely changed in 30 years.
She uses CBD, or she gave
She
you
does.
some?
My mom does too.
She uses it on her feet and her calves, and so when I was having some neck pain about 4 or 5 years ago for Christmas, I got CBD rub from my mom. I was tripping. So yeah, I think she understands now that it's
There's
not like it
benefits.
was.
Yeah.
The social stigma's gone now.
That's the thing, man. The last of the people that think it's the devil are close to dying.
Yeah.
Right.
Sorry, Kathy. Fifthly. Take a breath. That's funny.
Yeah, I was talking to my barista yesterday when I went in, just about the legalization.
Yeah.
I'm going to keep my medical card.
For sure.
Yeah, we think they're going to really jack this shit up so high and really regulate the THC that it's just worth it to stay on.
That's what I had heard. I don't see, and you see how in that law you can't see it in there, but it still said something about allows the legislature to regulate. There's like this word in there, and so
and they probably will accept it because they want, you know, they'll it's like they'll take what you can get at first, and then it'll hopefully get loosened up as it goes.
Well, what'll probably happen, I think, is they'll probably just like let it go, and then as soon as it happens, the True Leaves and all those companies, Bellamy Brothers, are going to come out and say, well, you can't give them the same THC for recreational. Only we should be able to have the high THC.
I can't believe Florida's not ready to start counting the money that they're going to bring in from this. I mean,
yeah. Good morning, 305 Express.
It's millions. It might be even more.
Oh, it's crazy. It could be billions.
Yeah, I think Colorado killed it when they first opened up.
Yeah. You know, Steve, it's funny. You get kicked out of school in high school for pot in 11th grade. I know a guy who was arrested, federal charges, went to jail for a year, and now he's able to legally grow it in Florida and actually help supply Fluent with a strain. How mad would you be if you literally did jail time for something that's now legal?
Well, I'm all for letting all those people out.
Kid
like
did
now.
A kid did a year. It's a guy I know from Costa Rica, a good friend of mine. And now he's doing it all legit at Fluent.
I was like, when I was in my 20s, you know, I was very, very paranoid about getting arrested or something like that, so.
I was afraid my mom was gonna call on me.
It's good. It worked out like it was supposed to.
That's funny, Don Hamdorf.
What up, redneck? What up, 305 MIAO?
You should be able to get that.
What up, Brian?
Expunge Chip Jones. I don't do it. But that sounds like BS all those years later.
Kevin does it.
Yep.
This Meritor's gonna be a fucking cash cow. What's up, Jay Bowler?
If it hasn't affected you now, Chip, then you're probably fine. What up, Jay Bowler?
You know what? I was irresponsible as a you know, in my 20s, driving around smoking bowls and shit. What the fuck? Like, why would I have a bowl in my car? It could, like, there's no way to even mask that smell.
I know.
It's just, I mean, you're just putting yourself out there every time. Happy I made it out of the fucking gutters. Cecil.
And that smell doesn't get out of the car.
No. And the smell of a bowl of fucking used is not the greatest smell in the world.
No, just that.
Yeah.
From what I hear. Good morning, Dan Wiz.
Seeds on the floor? Man, they were stretching back then. Fuck.
Oh, they were fucking dicks back in the day.
Man.
You'd have like just...
After the show, make sure to check out BubbaArmyHQ.com. It's all things Bubba 24/7. And now back to the BRN.
Before we end the show, which Seth, I'm for a quick turnaround on Seth Cush. Like go pee, wash your hands, get a little something, and get it going and be done with it. I know a lot of times you like to go down to True Leaf and get you a pod or something like that, but I'd like to start Clem Kush like as soon as we can today.
I'm good. I went back. I went yesterday, and Rio and Craig are coming here at noon today, super early.
All right, so we can get in and out.
Yeah, we're good. I'm good whenever.
Let me drunk Kim $100 in the PayPal.
Oh, thank you.
So the PayPal's working right now.
Don't listen to the first hour of the show today, everybody.
George Lopez accused. George Lopez, which, by the way, he's not looking so good nowadays.
No.
Was accused of walking out on a sold-out show early over hecklers. And I guess the promoter or whoever is like, they're never going to bring him back. Now, here's what I don't understand. If you're a professional comedian, like, if you're just some weekend warrior stand-up dude that's dabbling in stand-up, which there's a lot of people that do that. They go to open mic night. They're not an established, A or B list celebrity stand-up. Like, they're not a David Chappelle. They're not a Kevin Hart. But George Lopez is probably, past his prime, but at one time an A-list comedian, correct? I mean, he was probably in that world.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
He had a show that was very popular.
Sure, he was on TV and, and what have you.
Probably still getting big checks in the mail.
Very popular sitcom, very popular comedian.
And if that guy doesn't have thick enough skin, and he's going to walk off stage based on something that a heckler says.
Well, don't you also have an arsenal and prepared for hecklers after a lifetime of being on stage?
Most comedians love hecklers.
Right.
They're like, man. And sometimes they'll even strategically put a heckler in there because it's part of their deal.
Do crowd work. It's funny.
George Lopez apparently or allegedly cut his sold-out show short and walked out on the audience Friday after a heckling crowd members as the venue slammed the comedian for letting his fans down. The 63-year-old comedian left his gig at the Eagle Mountain Casino in Porterville, California.
Oh, he probably got $100,000 for that set.
Oh, probably.
Yeah.
For real. Like, that's probably like a 2,500 seat venue. Like,
that's not like Strawberry Festival?
No, it's like, like the Hard Rock venue. What's the Hard Rock venue?
Oh, that's
now?
real around Florida because there's only a few of them.
No, but the one locally is
Seminole.
It's about, I think, 1,000.
I think it's 1,500.
I think it's 1,500. Yeah.
I mean, listen, George Lopez probably walked out something that was comparable to the Ritz this past weekend. I mean, not probably far nicer if it's in a casino, but it looks like the Ritz is probably, I'm saying, packed out 1,500.
Well, it says 1,100 online for the Ritz.
That what it says?
Yes.
Okay.
The casinos pay. I mean, I think we all know that. I mean, they'll overpay to get somebody to come there. So.
Oh yeah, like when we used to have a deal with the Immokalee Casino, Seth. They would pay me like $10,000 to show up, and then they did all the tickets.
We need to get a hold of them.
They did all the tickets, and they comped all the rooms, and then they would either sell the tickets for the Bubba Army to go, or they would comp some of their real big players, free tickets for the show or something like that.
Man,
that's where the money is, the casinos. The venue, which holds 2,000 people, revealed that Lopez was had hired his private security team who could have easily escorted the hecklers out. If I was up there doing something, and there's just some guy that was wearing me out about Hogan, well, first of all, I would just be wearing him back.
Could this have been a political thing, Bubba, where somebody went, I don't know what he is, I'm just going to assume he's on the left, that somebody might have gone there just with the intention on paying to heckle him?
Man, I don't know.
Because it says they met ahead of time to discuss, any possible heckling. So I don't know if they might have seen, a bunch of political stuff and had to get together for a game plan.
A pre-show meeting has also been reportedly held to form a plan in case hecklers did damage to interrupt the show. What a pussy.
Hey, don't forget, Rob Schneider got kicked off of a stage last week. Here it is right here. Rob Schneider booted mid-set from another stage after people walk out. They booked him for like a liberal hospital deal, and he was doing all of his
conservative stuff.
He was doing all his vaccine stuff, and they pulled the plug.
For real?
Yeah.
I actually applaud him.
I do too.
Yeah, I'm not.
He didn't walk off. He got pulled. That's a big difference.
True. They said he was very cool about it. Like, I think that he probably realized. They said nobody was laughing, so he probably realized it was best for him not to stay up there.
On Saturday at an event called the Four Seasons Ball, the fundraiser for hospitals and the Regina Foundation, Saturday Night Live alumni Schneider was scheduled to perform a comedy set for the crowd at the annual gala. His politic-heavy comedic style, however, did not seem to match the tone of the evening Shortly after his set, the attendees began to walk out of the event. Representatives then asked the comic just to leave the stage. He complied and requested why, right? Because he probably wanted to get paid.
Oh,
right?
he was already getting paid.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he's like, hey, too many Republican jokes? I'm sorry.
I mean, if someone's going to tell you to only work 20 minutes instead of an hour, we're all going home early.
True. Have you seen that commercial that's been cut by celebrities? And it's all about voting for, no way can we let this bad guy in. And it's I forget. Maybe you can find it for me before we can end the show. But it's like, and it's some, I don't know if it's A-list people, but I think it's certainly some
formerly A-list people.
Yeah, I think it's more like, I think it's more of people that are on the down slope than on the upward swing. And I found it very amusing that they're now I
hope they all leave the country like they promised.
I think Trump should do the same thing and get like 50 Cent and Eminem and Kid Rock, real cool people. Be like, hey, let me tell you something. And then like Donald Trump should come back with his own version of this.
I feel like people speak out on Donald Trump's behalf almost every day now. Like you hear.
Yeah, but he needs to organize it into a meme like a little video like this. Lummy, are you looking for it?
Yes.
Can't find it?
I got it.
Wrestling writer, campaign manager, radio Hall of Famer,
co-host.
No, you. I'm talking about you, Bubba.
Oh, me?
You can do it all. Yeah.
Did you send it?
I just did now.
Okay, hold on. Here we go. So I think Donald Trump. Hold on. I think Donald Trump should come up with the very same.
It's not.
No one's listening to celebrities.
And no one cares about these celebrities.
Hold on here. But Donald Trump has cool people that like him.
But Bubba, I think
So he should come up with like Eminem, Dr. Dre.
Eminem hates him. Yeah. Dr. Dre, they hate him.
How about
50 Cent likes
Kid
him.
Rock?
Kid Rock loves him.
50 Cent.
Snoop likes him
Tucker
now.
Carlson.
Yeah.
Hold on.
An obligation.
To be a part of that decision. You might think it's not important. You might think you're not important.
But that's not true. And the only way we can prove that to you is by having lots of famous people.
Lots of famous people.
Lots and lots of famous people.
Just a shit ton of famous people.
But you only get this many famous people together if the issue's
one that truly matters to all of us.
A disease.
I mean, you're kind of narcissistic.
I know.
thinking
We're all
that
famous people. Really famous people. Really famous.
A little narcissistic.
Or
ecological.
I mean, the only one that seems real famous so far is
Robert Downey Jr.
Who
says Scarlett Johansson?
Now, this guy.
Cheadle?
Yeah, Don Cheadle's pretty influential.
Abusive coward who could permanently damage the fabric of our society.
Do the math. Do we really want to give nuclear weapons to a man whose signature move is firing?
Firing things?
Oh God!
He just had nukes for
But we
4
can end
years.
this nightmare before it begins.
It's true. He had nukes for 4 years and didn't do nothing with it.
You got to work a better angle.
You got to
Children.
For our children.
For our children.
For our communities.
For our communities.
For our communities.
For America.
For America.
For America.
All it takes is all of us.
All of us.
All of us.
We cannot pretend both sides are equally unfavorable.
We can't say one vote doesn't matter.
Your vote matters.
Your vote matters. It
Who
affects
is that
everything.
crying
not
woman?
just the presidency,
She's a
but the
kid
Senate.
actor.
The House.
Your local officials.
Immigration.
Immigrant.
Student debt.
Common sense gun laws.
The Supreme Court.
See, this isn't just an election, it's a tipping.
For the world.
For your world.
Man, Trump needs to come out with one, but with like real people that are real stars.
Trump walking through the UFC fights is his version
good
of this
as
commercial.
Yeah, you know what?
Way better.
Point well taken. Great job, Seth.
Thank you.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge.
Co-host and show historian, Lumet.
Co-host Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire of Council.
Co-host J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council.
Brett, the Filthy Ginger, video editor.
Yeah, back here wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
And for everything else, go to thebubbaarmy.com.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I'll repeat hello. I'm back.